Donald Trump also has a lead of more than 52,000 with 39% of the vote.
We're on live now.
Electoral votes in Ohio. Donald Trump ahead there.
Hi everybody, I'm here live.
Still has an impressive lead in Virginia. 66% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is ahead by more than 108,000 votes. In Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake. In Georgia, 29% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a very impressive lead of more than 340,000 over Hillary Clinton, 62.5% to 35%. There are 16 electoral votes in Georgia, an impressive lead for Donald Trump in Georgia right now. Let's go on to North Carolina right now. 69% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Donald Trump has a lead, but of only 689 votes. He just took the lead over Hillary Clinton in North Carolina. Now his lead has grown a little bit as we're speaking. His lead is almost 3,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 48.8% to 48.7%. 69% of the vote is now in North Carolina. Donald Trump has a slight lead. In New Hampshire, only 13% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a small advantage right now, 4,500 over Donald Trump. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. This is the battleground state. In Michigan, 11% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton's lead is only 13,771, 48.7% to 46.2%. Michigan has a lot of electoral votes, 16 to be specific. Michigan, it's a close race in Michigan right now. It's a key state. Pennsylvania, only 5% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has an impressive lead of more than 106,000 votes over Donald Trump, 65% to 40%. 20 electoral votes are at stake in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump really was hoping for Pennsylvania, but only 5% of the vote is in. Let's take a look at Colorado right now. 7% of the vote is in.
Fancy on the phone if you want to say type hello if you can hear us.
7% of the vote is in. 9
if you can hear us, just type hello.
Colorado right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, where it stands right now. You can see Hillary Clinton has 97 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 84 electoral votes. Once again, you need 270 to be elected president of the United States. The red states we projected going to Donald Trump. The blue states we projected going to Hillary Clinton. All those yellow states you see, too early to call. No projections there. Let's go over to John King. Our viewers on Florida right now, because that vote is coming in Florida. Donald Trump building up an impressive lead.
He is building up an impressive lead. The question is there enough still out there for Hillary Clinton? And when you go through some of these other counties, Donald Trump running it up in the rural areas, only 57% of the vote counted here, Marion County. It's not insignificant, just shy of 2% of the state population. So, again, there's more votes here for Donald Trump. And you're looking around trying to find out where they are, the 100% there and the 100% there. And so the question is, as Trump runs it up in the conservative rural parts of the state, is there enough when you get to 49 point to 47? You see the vote count there. She needs to make it up. Is it there? Potentially. Potentially. Palm Beach here, 83% of the vote in. That lead there. She gets some vote here. This is the big question mark. Let me pull this back up for you here. The big question mark remains Broward County. Are there enough Democratic votes left? We have it at 16%. We're waiting for an update. That's been held solid there for some time. So sometimes you get a vote dump, the percentage total jumps up pretty quickly. Is there enough there? That's really the biggest outstanding question, is how much of a boost will Hillary Clinton get out of Broward County, and is it enough to overcome that Donald Trump lead? Because most of Miami-Dade is in. Again, 7% left in a big populated county like Miami-Dade. There's more there, too. The question is, when you pull it out to statewide, is it enough? What's left down here? Because most of the other Democratic centers are in. You see 100% of the vote counted there. You see 92% of the vote counted there. Again, Donald Trump, she's winning Hillsborough County, Tampa. Donald Trump outperforming Mitt Romney here, keeping it closer. Donald Trump winning Nellis County or St. Peters. President Obama won this county 4 years ago. So you see some strength for Donald Trump in this part of the state that is giving him an advantage as we head into the final count. Now, we've been at this before in past elections where getting from 92 to 99 sometimes takes a very long time. So we'll see if the votes are still out here. One other thing, Wolf, since last time you were here, Ohio.
Before we go back to Florida for a second, because I know we have a feature where there's still outstanding votes remaining. We see 92% of the vote is in. And you isolate the areas where there are still votes outstanding.
So you do this here, and you see this tells you where you have a lot of votes still to come in. This is where I put it. You just watch the number right there, where we are below. So let's say we're below 75% of the vote count, right? You leave that right there. So you see the areas where you're still waiting, right? So we're obviously, this is the biggest vote center, but everywhere else where we're waiting.
Because he's ahead right now by about 130,000 votes, 142,000 exactly right now. Are there enough votes outstanding that could, for Hillary Clinton to overcome that Donald Trump advantage.
So let's look at it two ways, just based on this. These are places where you're under 75%. So these are Republican places here. You bring it out here, 57% of the vote counted again. It's 1.8% of the state population. But that's to be gained for Donald Trump. It's not as big as we're about to go, but again, that's a lot of votes there still for Donald Trump if he keeps those margins. No guarantee, but these places have a vote history. These are Republican places. This is tiny, pretty small, but again, you're only at 50% here, right? So imagine that if 9,000, just shy of 9,000 votes there, if the other 50% comes in the same way, add roughly ballpark 9,000 more votes. So there's your advantage for Donald Trump. The only place for the Democrats, a big Democratic area that's under 75. I'm going to move the dial.
Oh, it just went up almost half.
It's up to almost half here. And so the question is, because it's up to almost half, let me just pull this back and come all the way over, and let's just come back out and see what that did. It didn't narrow. We're almost up to almost half, and it narrowed it somewhat. So the question is, as we go through this, are there enough votes there that we're almost at half? You see the lead now? It's pulling away. Is there enough there for Hillary Clinton in what's left in Broward and in Miami-Dade to pull it off? If you start to look at it right now, you get more and more skeptical as you move from 93. The question is we move that up to 95 and beyond. If you're in the Trump campaign, you're very happy with this right now. Again, you're looking at your performance in some of these, in the rock places, the rock conservative places, Donald Trump has performed well. In some of these swing areas here, he's overperformed, even where he's losing. He's overperformed Mitt Romney, again, particularly in the Trump area, which matters because it's a population center. Look at the vote count there. If Hillary Clinton has a bigger lead here, she's got, that's another 8, 10, 20,000 votes, depending on what the size of that lead is. That's significant in keeping the margins down there. Florida, we're going to try to get from 93 to 98 to 99. But from the Trump campaign, it's 29 electoral votes you have to have. At the moment, if you're in the Trump war room, you're reasonably optimistic, but you're waiting to see, again, up to 48% here. We're up to 83% here. So this is where the clock starts to tick against Hillary Clinton. Now you're up to 83% Palm Beach County. 83% in Palm Beach County. So there's not that many more votes to come in. What comes in is coming in her favor by a lopsided margin. But then you say, okay, we're up to 83%. Boom. She's getting closer. The question is, do you get close enough? Can you hear me a little better there now? Still left. So we'll count to the last vote in Florida. I just
to the phone, not
remember
me.
Live results feeding in. Hillary Clinton is unlikely to win Nebraska. It's just the votes coming in early on. We're saying that these other, some of the Illinois perhaps, but Missouri, we don't think so. But Ohio was Democratic last time Wolf was here. It has moved to Republican now, 51 to 44. And last time I talked to Wolf, I said there's a lot of votes to be counted. In all of these rural areas here, they're now filling up for Donald Trump. So Ohio is shifting Republican as well at the moment.
All right, John, we have some projections right now.
We're going to do that later.
All right, we projected that Donald Trump will carry a huge prize. Texas,
see, everybody, we got a little lighting effect here.
For Donald Trump in the state of Texas.
You can't see us well that way, but I thought it'd show off our
Donald Trump also carries Bill
thing. We'll probably later on, if
with 6
you got anything to celebrate or something, then I will turn the lights out and we'll create a little atmosphere.
Right now, where it stands with those two
I just thought I would
just when he has now taken the lead. Donald Trump has 128 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 97 electoral votes. Remember, 270 are needed to win the White House. So let's go back over to John King. Johnny's taking the lead of the Electoral College, which is significant right now. There's still plenty of other states out there.
I was just doing some experimenting while you were over there, just trying to do some math. As you look at this map right now, as you look at the map fill in, and I want to again caution our viewers that I'm sorry for those who've been with us all night. I'm being repetitive, but these are live results feeding in. These are not states that we have called in education. You see Nebraska, you see Mexico, you see Missouri, for example. We haven't called those states. So we move at the moment. It's very early results. But as you look at the map right now, if you're Donald Trump, you're leading in Florida. You're leading in Virginia. We've got some votes to be counted there in the D.C. suburbs. But you just pulled ahead of Ohio, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Again, very, very early. But if you're in the Trump war room, you're looking at this, and you're saying, we told you so. We have a path. Now, does that path hold up as we go into the next hour? And the next hour, I suspect the next hour and the next hour. We'll see. We'll see. But the early results in these places, especially when you're looking at a few moments ago, I was looking at Virginia, we're up to 71% now. Now, we've seen this before. I've been through many elections where the Republican is leading in Virginia very late. They start to get happy in the Republican war room.
We'll zoom into those counties where there's still a lot of votes out.
Go on, I'll say that there.
Show the
then these votes come in. So you got Loudoun County, only 85% of the vote is right there. It's all over the place, is what I'm saying. Prince William County, we're only up to 68%. Fairfax City, 57%. So in the Washington, D.C. suburbs, which as you can see are filling in prominently blue, I just want to check Arlington. They're up to 94% Arlington. So fewer votes.
Can you do for Virginia what you did in Florida? Show us where those votes, the outstanding vote in Virginia.
Let's slide this back a little bit. Pick a number. Let's just go back to 75% again. So here's where you're looking at the places where you have 75% of the vote or less. And you see some small pockets of red. The problem if you're the Trump campaign, number one, you need area. I'm not saying it's a huge problem, but these are smaller areas. You see down here, Norfolk area down here, I'm going to pull it out. 3% of the state population. Hillary Clinton is winning the 62% of the vote, and she's winning 68 to 26. So there's a potentially, again, it's not guaranteed that the margin stays the same when the rest come in, but potentially a lot of votes for the Democrat there, potentially a fair chunk of votes for the Democrat here in Portsmouth. And then again, the biggest issue, always, in the close race in Virginia is what happens up here. I just want to stretch it out a little bit, just stretch it out a little bit more. So here's Washington, D.C., and you're across the river, and so most of the votes are counted in these counties, which are lopsidedly Democratic. No, they're counted. That means they're past the 70%. So here's where you're still waiting. You're only at 57%. Fairfax County, that's 13% of the state population. That's a lot of votes to come in. And again, they're coming at the moment lopsidedly Democratic. They're coming in here closer. Prince William County, Donald Trump has made a run at this. And again, if Donald Trump ekes out a victory in Virginia, you're going to look at this county compared to 4 years ago and say it's one of the places where the further out suburbs beginning to get into the exurbs, Donald Trump performed very well. I want to pull this back over just so you get the whole statewide perspective. And you look, the map is filling in as you would expect it to, except for the fact that Donald Trump is running more competitive in some areas, but we're still waiting. I just want to check down here. Only at 53% Richmond City. This is a Democrat.
Okay, now so far, bad news here.
So there's more votes for here.
Bad or good? Depending who you are. Right now, Trump is ahead 128
to 97. This vote comes in, and it changes everything. But if you're the Trump campaign, did you think, or the flip?
That is very true.
Did you think 2 weeks ago, the election, looking at Virginia,
128 to 97.
The state that President Obama
carried twice. Now, it used to be a red state, but it has been moving, especially because of the growth in these suburbs and the fast-growing Latino population. So the fact that Trump is so competitive, even if he narrowly loses this state, right now he's winning, and he's in position to potentially win it, even if he narrowly loses this state, it tells you he's performing in a way that is going to surprise some Democrats, and that's why when you go to North Carolina, you just moved
just the same thing for North Carolina. The 71% of the vote is now in. Donald Trump still has a lead. You see a lead of about 20,000 votes.
So we move it back again to around 75%. But what are you missing? We got a long way to go here. We got a long way to go here because you've got a lot of places where, and these are largely Democratic areas. So this is, but I'll show you the population centers here are Democratic. You see Durham County here, where the Democrats are looking for some votes. You come down here. Cumberland County, Fayetteville, this is the absentee vote. This means we don't have a big double real today, election day votes as yet. This is a smaller county, Robeson County, but still, that's more competitive, 5-point race there in that county. So you're looking at what's left out there. There are some Republican areas. Let's go through them and look. They tend to be a little bit smaller, but this one's not bad. There's some votes for Trump potentially here. We don't know what's coming over here. I want to move on to Wilmington. I showed you this before. Clinton was narrowly ahead. Now Trump is very narrowly ahead, very competitive. So North Carolina, again, there's enough out here that you can't make any leaps. We have a very close race, and we're going to have a very close race as we count.
What about Charlotte? That's a heavily populated area, almost 10% of
Mecklenburg County, and we only have 14%. So if you're the Clinton campaign, in both campaigns, there's a little nail biting, a little running to the math, scribbling, trying to figure things out, frantic phone calls to county chairmen and all these places to find out where, which precincts are still out, where are they coming from. But if you're the Clinton campaign, you are assured that you've got a lot more votes to come out of Mecklenburg County and Charlotte when you pull out to the whole state.
Let's go to Ohio.
Again, we're going to keep at this. You can leave that up if you want. If we go to Ohio and see what's still out. Again, a lot of the map filling in here.
So just to remind our viewers, almost half of the vote is now in Ohio, and Donald Trump has a significant lead, almost 200,000 votes over Hillary Clinton.
Almost 200,000 votes, and yet, a lot of votes still to be counted because the votes coming in.
Do the same thing for Ohio.
It's still up. It's still up. That's what I'm saying. We moved this back about 75%. So you see how many counties have yet to get there. It's a lot of them. And see, you go to these rural counties, 40% of the vote is counted. Just shy of 75% there, 64% here. So you're going through this. What does that tell you? This is encouraging news if you're the Trump campaign, in the sense that there's a lot of votes to be counted. Look at all this red. And there's still a lot of votes to be counted. If you're the Trump campaign, you're thinking, sure, it's only a couple hundred in this county, maybe 1,000 there, maybe 1,500 there, but that's a lot of counties. It's a lot of math to do. So the question for the Democrats is, can you make it up here? These, again, you're talking 10% of the state population. Franklin County, where only a third of the voters in. So, what's going to happen is Trump will get 500 here, 1,500 here, 200, 2,000 there. Can Clinton get 20,000, 50,000 out of a place like this as the margin comes up? The Democrats have to make it up. You can just tell by looking. There's a lot of areas where Republican votes will yet to be counted. The question, this is the biggest one of all up here. Cleveland, only 33% of the vote. Cuyahoga County there. Let's just move over to Lorain County, 45% of the vote. It's Democratic area, but Trump's running reasonably. Let's see, 51 to 44. 57. Trump is running stronger. This is a blue-collar area. We've talked about this all along. Running Ohio, you're talking about your trade message. You're talking about your immigration message. Trump running stronger there. So as you pull it back up, let's come back to 2016, so make sure we stay there. This is fun. I mean, this is, but it's starting to inch out a little bit. I want to just pull this over and make sure we have the full count of the vote. And you look at it through. He's starting to pull away. I mean, in Ohio, pulling away.
Almost 200,000 vote lead right now.
Yeah, 200,000 vote lead, and that's significant. You give them the 300,000 vote lead, and then you're coming to here and you say, okay, what have I got left? She might have 100,000 there, maybe a little bit more, but you have 200,000. That's the math you're doing now in these war rooms when you're going to call all your people and say, in this Democratic area, what's still missing? How much am I going to get? Athens is relatively small, so there's some there for Clinton.
Clearly, Trump is looking in Ohio, even New Hampshire right now, because look at how close it is in New Hampshire. It's only, Hillary Clinton is only 72 votes ahead of Donald Trump in the state of New Hampshire. Look at this, 47.5%, 47.4%, 19% of the vote is in.
You're noticing a trend?
Yes.
Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, now New Hampshire. And these are the states that are going to decide who the next president of the United States is. Ohio. These are the states that you go Florida, Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio. Now New Hampshire, it's only 4. It's the smallest. We just went through, we haven't gotten to Pennsylvania yet, which is 20. It's only 4, but it's key. It's key to the Trump math, and it's a place Hillary Clinton very much wants to win. We don't know much about New Hampshire yet, to be perfectly honest, because if you look, it's 19% of the vote. It's come down to Concord. This is a liberal area. That's 100% reporting already. So in a sense, I say we know nothing. In a sense, that is something. If that's 100%, there's not more votes to be gained for Hillary Clinton in one place where she would get them. It's not a giant population center. New Hampshire's many small towns than it is any one big population center. But you come down to Nashua, this is a place Secretary Clinton's going to have to run it up. You come over here to the seacoast, Portsmouth. We have no votes from Portsmouth yet. This is where she's going to have to run it up. As you look at this, but you've got a whole lot of business still to be done. I just want to show you go back in history. It sprinkles back and forth. There's a Democratic area up here. This is where it's key for the Republicans to run it up. Manchester City, if you come down in here, just come down and come around. That's Goffstown, just outside of Manchester. Manchester City. We'll see what happens here. Donald Trump was there just the other night. This is a gritty blue collar. If you go, there's 51 to 43 in the early returns there. That means, again, remember this, 51 for Secretary Clinton, 55. Donald Trump is not over before. Is it the same as Mitt Romney? This is a place. You could have a state where you start to look. We haven't talked much about the third-party candidates yet. There could be a state or two where we start to think, are they changing the margin? That could be one right there in the state of New Hampshire, that 4% for Gary Johnson.
Let's go to Michigan right now, because Donald Trump is ahead with only, about 15% of the vote is in. But in Michigan, this is a state that Donald Trump was predicting strongly he would do well. And you see right there.
That's the national vote. I was just going to say, in the Trump war room right now, they would like to hit freeze. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, red at the moment, the early results. If they could just freeze the map right now, they'd be quite happy. I don't say that to be, smart aleck. They're looking at themselves right now in the early returns.
He's up by almost 20,000.
They're doing what they said they would do. They are competitive across the Rust Belt. Very early returns. So let's just, take a breath. But they are proving that they'll be competitive across the Rust Belt. We'll see when we get to 15% and higher. But that's a very close race right now. So what are you looking for here? Number one, you're going to look here in Wayne County, in Detroit. We only have 5% of the vote. This is your biggest chunk of votes, and it's your biggest chunk for the Democrats right here
almost
in Wayne County. Now, so if Donald Trump keeps it that close in Wayne County, then Donald Trump has more than a good chance to win Michigan. Again, it's 5% of the vote. So we don't know where it's coming from. We'll see how that one plays out. You move up here, Oakland County. This is out in the suburbs. This is Mitt Romney's birthplace, Oakland County. Hillary Clinton running ahead. I just want to match this one up, 51-43, 54-46. So she's a little under Romney, a little under Obama at the moment. He's around where Romney is. 37% of the vote counted there. One of the places we will look at here, as always, just for historical perspective, Macomb County is the legendary home of the so-called Reagan Democrats. How did Ronald Reagan win Michigan, blue-collar voters? Donald Trump wants to prove to us tonight that he can create new Trump Democrats. So we'll see what happens. We have zero from Macomb County right now. Just for you watching at home, because we have zero, we're not hiding Donald Trump. They're alphabetical. Until you get results, the names are listed on the map in an alphabetical way. So once votes come in, Trump will jump up ahead over the third-party candidate. This is just very quickly early on. These are conservative areas. So Donald Trump is ahead right now because votes are coming in conservative areas, but that's not to criticize, that's to say he's doing what he needs to do in these conservative areas. We'll see how it plays out as we go. You wanted to go to Pennsylvania. 12% of the vote.
Donald Trump is ahead by what, Hillary Clinton is ahead of Donald Trump by what, about 177,000 votes with 12% of the vote in. She's got 60.2% to 36.4%. That's a healthy lead early on.
I suspect this is this won't last very long, but Gary Johnson is ahead in one county in Pennsylvania. I just want to point out to viewers at home what this color is. You'll see different colors in the map. If there's a tie, you'll see a different color as well. So we'll see if that holds up and pop it. So what are we going to look for here? A couple things. Number one, and I know Jeffrey Ward is in the room tonight. This, what in Pennsylvania they call the T, up from the center and across the top, is very conservative territory with the exception of Erie up here. One of the questions will be, as we were talking about Macomb County in Michigan, how does Donald Trump do in a place like Erie? Well, let's see. A 5-point lead right there. I suspect that's better than it was 4 years ago. And there you go, 57-41. 16 points in Erie. If that holds up at 65%, that tells you something. This is, again, a blue-collar area, not unlike Buffalo, New York, my friend's hometown, a place where Donald Trump has tried to sell his immigration and his trade message, and that's a good number. So let's look down here in Allegheny County. This is more about where it should be, 60-35 if you're a Democrat. That's what you need there. Let's look back here, 57-42, 15 points. So you come back in there. This one, only 9%. We'll see how it plays out. Both candidates focusing on that area. But the key is over here. We have nothing from the suburbs yet. We have 37% from Center City, Philadelphia. Watch this number right here. In Philadelphia County, in an hour or two, we're counting Pennsylvania, maybe 3, we're still counting the votes here. Is this margin around 400,000 or more? If it's not, Donald Trump's in play.
When it gets exciting,
Hillary Clinton has to run out in Philadelphia by 400,000 votes, even more than that, if she can. And then after that, if she can do that, that makes her competitive. And you see all these suburbs right here. This race will be won or lost. She's currently leading by a little bit. This is significant. Again, this is only 1% of the vote. Donald Trump's running about even in Bucks County. The last Republican to win Pennsylvania in a presidential election is George H.W. Bush, who won Bucks County. No Republican has won it since, so can it be close? Mitt Romney kept it close. If you go back 50-49 in Bucks County 4 years ago, if Donald Trump can keep it there, if it keeps him in play, if this is red at the end of the night, that's a good sign for Donald Trump. And then you want to look at these other counties here. This is right here. This is where Melania Trump gave her speech when she went to Berwyn, Pennsylvania. Chester County, about 4% of the state population. This used to be rock-solid Republican suburbs. But again, Democrats have done more successful, especially with suburban women. Watch Chester County as we get.
Let's check in Virginia right now, and then North Carolina.
You see the red? And it's just, at the moment, it's staying. So you keep thinking every time you look, these states going to change. Up to 76% in Virginia. Okay, 60,000 votes, right?
61,000 votes ahead in Virginia for Donald Trump right now.
And so the question is, you start going, where are the Republican votes? So you check these smaller rural counties, and so you're going through these, and you see all the 100%. So if you're in the Trump campaign, you know that in this rock-solid conservative area, you've pretty much...
This is the state of Senator Tim Kaine, the vice presidential running mate. He was once the governor of Virginia.
This would be beyond embarrassing to the Democrats. And if Donald Trump wins Virginia, Donald Trump is probably going to win North Carolina because this is the more Democratic state than North Carolina. So it's one of the things you have to do. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're only at 76% of the vote. Again, one of the things you always watch in the state of Virginia is, number one, I just want to come down here and look at the Virginia Beach area. This is a very competitive area down here. Donald Trump running at 50%. Let's compare it. As we go back here, 51-48. So that's about she's underperforming. Again, If this holds up, we're going to look down here and see maybe the third-party candidates are coming out of here down here. You have to check the exit polls for some other research to do that. But we'll watch those numbers down there. And then you come up, I just want to check these Democratic areas, 96%, 66%, so some more votes to be had here, and some more votes to be had in Norfolk City as is African-American turnout. So it's not just the percentage. In the end, it's the math. How many did you, not just what percentage are you getting, but how many of your voters have you turned out in a place like Norfolk. But then again, well, if this is going to sound repetitive and broken record, but this is where the most of the votes are. Just across the Potomac River in the northern
county, 85% of the vote is now.
85%, 55 to 40, if you do that math, 52 to 47. So Secretary Clinton is running stronger than President Obama there. Fairfax County almost up to 70%. But look at the numbers here. There's a population center here. You have more population center here. So you go through this one here. Arlington County is just about in. Alexandria City is all in. Those are big Democratic votes there. And so you're looking around here, you're trying to hunt, you come down here. Prince William County, we're only at 26%. Is that right? Yeah, Prince William County only at 26%. Hillary Clinton there. I just want to compare that to 4 years ago again. She's underperforming at the moment. She's underperforming Wolf here. So Virginia is very close. There's still a lot of votes to be counted in Northern Virginia. That's the difference. Hillary Clinton has closed the gap somewhat, but got a little ways to go still, Wolf.
Let's do a key race alert right now. Let's start out with Florida right now. 94% of the vote is in. You see Donald Trump maintains the impressive lead.
I'm seeing something.
You want me to pause this for you? Because the garbage is over here.
Of Hillary Clinton, 41% of the vote is in. 16 electoral votes in Georgia right now, another state where Donald Trump leads. There are more states, more numbers coming in. 76% of the vote is in North Carolina, and Trump has a 56,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 49.5% to 47.9%. He is ahead in North Carolina right now, 15 electoral votes there. In Michigan, 17% of the vote is in. Look at this. Donald Trump is ahead in Michigan right now as well, 28,000 plus votes over Hillary Clinton, 49% to 45, almost 46% for Hillary Clinton. 16 important electoral votes in Michigan right now. In New Hampshire, 22% of the vote is now in. Trump is ahead in New Hampshire as well. 1,700 vote lead. Now it's just gone down to 900 vote lead. Look at how close it is. 47.7% to 47.2%. A quarter of the vote almost is in New Hampshire. In Wisconsin, 12% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a 25,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. No, but this is very early. Only 12% of the vote in Wisconsin is in right now. We've got more. Colorado, 42% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a 55,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump. 42% once again of the vote is in. 9 electoral votes in the state of Colorado. And in Pennsylvania, Hillary Clinton right now has an impressive 154,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 17% of the vote is now in. Look at this, 56% for Hillary Clinton, almost 41% for Donald Trump. Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes, but only 17% of the vote is now in. Let's take a look at the electoral map, see where things stand right now. According to our projections, Donald Trump is ahead. He has 128 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 97 electoral votes. Remember, 270. That's the number you need to be elected president of the United States. Donald Trump has the red states. Hillary Clinton has the blue states. All those yellow states, we cannot make a projection too early to call. Let's go to let's check in with some of the campaign headquarters right now. Jim Acosta is joining us. Jim, you're over at Trump headquarters. Brianna Keeler is at Clinton headquarters. Jim, what is the mood over there?
There are some happy campers over here at Trump campaign headquarters, Wolf. It is very clear every time the returns are flashed on the screens here from the state of Florida, this place erupts into cheers, and it's been happening in just the last several minutes when they've been flashing returns from Ohio and Virginia, these other battlegrounds that Donald Trump must win. And Kellyanne Conway, the Trump campaign manager, sent out an email that sort of captures the mood in their war room. She says there's a buzz in the war room that can be felt across the nation. A win is imminent, and America will once again be great again. A lot of campaign spin in that, but obviously reflects where they are right now. We're hearing a lot of pessimism and some people sounding very glum inside this campaign, inside this operation earlier today. That mood has done a 180, Wolf. They are feeling much more optimistic tonight. They were even cheering when they were showing the returns from Marco Rubio, a past Trump campaign foe from the primary days. And so I would say, Wolf, that this place does not sound like a losing campaign at this point. They are, I won't say jubilant, but every time they flash forward on the screen, it goes wild here.
Yeah, New York City over the New York Hilton.
Fun, actually,
Let's go to Breonna Keeler. She's only a mile and a half away or so over the Javits Center.
I can't see all the cabinetry now because we're watching in there, but at the end...
I will tell you, Wolf, that there are a number of anxious faces that I'm looking at here in the crowd. When we were listening to some of the projections come in at 9 p.m., Hillary Clinton winning some of the states that she was expected to, a lot of cheering. But as we're watching now, some of these very close states, there are a lot of people who are glued to the projections. They've been switching in and out of the big screen between an outside program going on where we just saw Senator Chuck Schumer speaking. He could be the Senate Majority Leader if Democrats are to take over the Senate. But going back now to watching projections, this is what the crowd is anxious to be looking for. They see Florida, they see the vote count very tight. Now, meanwhile, about a mile and a half from here, she's at the Peninsula Hotel. She is obviously watching these returns as well. She's with her family, she's with her husband and her daughter and her son-in-law, as well as her grandkids and a number of close aides and longtime confidants. She has been working on her speech, both speeches, I should say, and she has aides who are sort of working in some of the fixes she's been doing. But again, a lot of curiosity here about how the night is going to unfold and which of those speeches she's going to be giving.
A lot of uncertainty right now. All right, guys, we'll get back to you soon. Let's go over to Jake. And look at the map right now. Take a look over here. You see Clinton with 97 electoral votes, Trump with 128. You need 270 to win the White House. And you see what's going on. Trump is doing remarkably well.
We had said from the beginning that for Donald Trump to win, he would need to run the table. And right now, we are seeing that there is a path, a very clear path for Donald Trump. He is very competitive in all the key states, including Virginia, which could possibly be, there could be the crack in the firewall that Hillary Clinton had. We're seeing very tight races in the Midwest. The numbers are still coming in. A very nail-biters, not just in North Carolina, but Florida. It seems entirely possible that Donald Trump could end up having a very strong night, even the night that he's been dreaming of. We have a picture, I think, of Donald Trump with his running mate, Mike Pence, watching the returns coming in. This is a much stronger night than a lot of Republican officials thought was going to happen. We still don't know what's going to happen, and obviously the key states that we really need, Hillary Clinton really needs to maintain. Let's just put this on the board. We need to make Hillary Clinton needs to keep Pennsylvania, and she needs to keep New Hampshire. She needs to keep Michigan, and she needs to keep Virginia. Those four are the ones for all the Hillary Clinton supporters out there wondering, oh my God, we're going to lose Ohio. Oh my God, we're going to lose Florida. Those four are the path. That's the firewall. Pennsylvania, Virginia, New Hampshire, and Michigan. But if there is a crack in any of those four states, this is going to be a night where the Jacob Javits Center is the wrong place for Hillary Clinton to be.
Those four states are states that President Obama carried twice.
That's right, and look, of all those four states, Virginia is the biggest surprise for, really mostly for Democrats. I will say that Republicans outside of the Trump campaign told the Trump campaign long ago, forget it, Virginia's gone, even before Tim Kaine became.
Take a look at this, take a look at this, Dan. You see these four states right there, and you see the states that Jake just circled: Virginia, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire. Start with Virginia. Donald Trump is ahead there by 20,000 plus votes in Virginia. In Pennsylvania, Hillary Clinton is ahead, 221,506 votes in Pennsylvania. Hillary Clinton just changed to 227,000 votes. Look how close it is in New Hampshire. Only 404 vote. That's a Donald Trump lead over Hillary Clinton with a quarter of the vote in New Hampshire. And take a look at Michigan right now. You see Donald Trump has a lead of 44,000 plus votes in Michigan right now. 19% of the vote is in. You heard, all of us heard from Donald Trump's advisors over these past several weeks. They had a path And at least right now, it looks like they do have a credible path.
They do absolutely have a credible path. And look, if this night ends up being the way that Donald Trump and his advisors think and hope that it will be, boy, I mean, it's going to put the polling industry out of business. It's going to be the voter projection industry out of business because I don't know what that suggested that Donald Trump was going to have this kind of night that it seems to be on track to having. And in fact, we all know these websites, I don't need to name them, but that prognosticate the odds. Hillary Clinton has this percentage odds that she's going to win. And most of them had Hillary Clinton, the odds of her becoming the president, at over 65%. Well, I just logged on to one of them, and it has Donald Trump at 54%. Now, this is not science. This is prognostication based on data coming in and polls and the like. But really, we're seeing, first of all, this is not the repudiation of Donald Trump and Trumpism that I think a lot of Republicans in Washington, D.C. and Democrats hoped. But beyond that, we're seeing, as you said, a credible path for Donald Trump to the White House. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it certainly could.
And Jim was talking about the feeling inside the Trump victory party, which of course they always call it before we get the results. It's not just there. It's the photo of Donald Trump and Mike Pence watching the returns with the people who have been working on their campaign in the war room is one thing, and then the people who are closest to Donald Trump are watching in a room right now, and they said that the mood has changed completely.
Anna, we have 2 more projections right now. All right, CNN now projects that Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Connecticut with its 7 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins in Connecticut. CNN also projects Donald Trump will win Louisiana with its 8 electoral votes.
Right now,
another win for Donald Trump in Louisiana. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, see where it stands with these latest 2 projections. You can see right now, Donald Trump's still ahead. He has 136 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 104 electoral votes. Remember, 270, that's what's needed to be elected president of the United States. The red states, we projected going to Donald Trump. The blue states, we projected going to Hillary Clinton. Let's go over to John King to watch what's going on. John, you're studying this at the Magic Wall so closely right now.
Just going through it and trying to look. Let's just start down here in Florida. I was just emailing back and forth with a key Democrat and Republicans who know this state very well. The Republican is not a fan of Donald Trump, trust me, who thinks that Donald Trump has enough to hold on here. That doesn't mean but we're up to 95% here now. And so every time we do this, we go back to the bank of what's left out there. And there's still some votes left in these Democratic areas, 94%. Let's just go back and do the statewide math. You see right there, 49.
I was going to say, I want to get back to Florida in a moment, but let me take a quick break. We're counting down to another round of poll closings right now at the top of the hour. We're going to get results from 3 more battleground states that will help decide this presidential election. We're talking about Nevada, Utah, and Iowa. In Miami Beach, people are watching CNN. They're following the close race unfolding in Florida, very close. That crucial battleground state still too early to call. More votes coming in right after this quick break.
What do the aliens want? We need to talk tonight. Critics everywhere are praising Arrival. It's a masterpiece you won't stop talking about.
You want to stop that? Find out what this means.
And now it's 100% on Rotten Tomatoes.
I know what it is.
Arrival, rated PG-13.
I've roamed and rambled, and I followed my footsteps to the sparkling sands of her diamond deserts. And all around me, a voice was sounding. This land was made for you and me.
Any excuse to come to Japan is a good one.
A search engine is taking Tony where it all started.
What's a beer? Cheers.
In the ordained parts unknown, Japan, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
Get more UFC with Time Warner Cable.
Sensational.
Friday, November 12th. Order with your remote or call 1-855-WANT-TWC. Time Warner Cable.
It came out free because I'm using that.
Sorry, girl, but I'm not swinging at that deal when Rallies and Checkers is hooking everyone up with a whole meal for just $3. That's right. We're talking a choice of 3 sandwiches, seasoned fries, an apple pie, and even a drink for just $3. 4 things for just $3? Now that's a deal. Welcome to the big leagues, Wendy. Rallies and Checkers. Fast foodies know the deal. This is Life with Lisa Lane. New episodes Sundays at 10 on CNN.
Right now, we have a major projection in the battle for the United States Congress. CNN can now project that Republicans will keep control of the House of Representatives. House Speaker Paul Ryan's fight to maintain the Republican majority paying off, dashing the Democrats' slim hopes of retaking the chamber. This is an important win for Republicans as we await the outcome of the fight for the U.S. Senate and the presidential race. Jake and Dana, we fully expected the Republicans would win. We're still going to get the number, but they will be the majority, and that is significant.
Yeah, not a surprise at all. We knew that the Republicans were going to likely keep control of the House. Even when Democrats were having a great period at the beginning of October, it seemed unlikely that the House was going to be able to go from Republican to Democrat.
Dana, you've been watching this so closely.
That's right, and we should tell our viewers that what this means for us is not that we've called every House race. Obviously, that would be impossible at this time of the night. It means that we, looking at the numbers, see that there's no path for the Democrats to get the 30 seats needed to retake control.
Let's get back to the race for the White House right now. We have another key race alert. All right, take a look at this. We'll start with Florida. 95% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump has an impressive almost 112,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 49% to 47.8%, 29 electoral votes in Florida. In Ohio, 61% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump there is a very impressive 354,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In Virginia, Donald Trump is leading there, but very, very narrowly, only 10,123 votes. 80% of the vote in Virginia is in, 13 electoral votes there. In Georgia, almost half of the vote is in there. Donald Trump, once again, has a very impressive lead of more than 365,000 votes, 16 electoral votes at stake in Georgia right now. Let's take a look at more results coming in, starting with North Carolina. 78% of the vote is in. Trump maintains a lead, a significant lead, 85,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, with 15 electoral votes at stake in North Carolina. In Michigan, 20% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there as well by more than 41,000 votes. Trump is ahead over Hillary Clinton, 16 electoral votes in Michigan. In New Hampshire, very close there, almost a third of the vote is in. Donald Trump maintains a lead of more than 1,800 votes over Hillary Clinton. It's very close, 47.8% to 47%. Almost a third of the vote is in. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. In Wisconsin, 21% of the vote is in. And there in Wisconsin, Trump is leading there as well. 43,000 plus votes over Hillary Clinton. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. Trump is ahead right now with 21% of the vote is in Wisconsin. In Colorado, more than half of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is ahead in Colorado. She has more than 88,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 9 electoral votes in Colorado. And in Pennsylvania, a quarter of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a significant lead there of 276,000 plus votes over Donald Trump. 269,000 right now. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see the all-important Electoral College map. Trump is ahead. He has 136 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 104. 270 are needed to win the White House. Let's go over to John King over the magic wall. He's taking a look. Donald Trump is doing remarkably well, John, in so many of these states that President Obama carried twice.
And so we'll get to the results in a minute, but first the question people are asking at home, does he have a path now? With what we are seeing, does he have a path? And remember, this is where we started tonight. We had Secretary Clinton at 268 to start tonight. All she needed to do was win one more state if, and it's a big if at this hour, she held all the blues. So let's just go through this where we are right now, okay? Donald Trump, we had at 204. Well, Donald Trump is leading right now in Florida. Let's see if he can hold on to Florida. That's 29. Donald Trump is leading right now in North Carolina. Let's see if he can hold that. Look where that gets Donald Trump. Let's assume we're not out west yet. This may come down. We could come down to Arizona and Nevada in this race, but let's just say Donald Trump wins Arizona, where he was leading in the late polls. That gets him to 259, Wolf. He's leading in Virginia right now. That would do it. Let's assume Clinton comes back in Virginia and holds that, just for the sake of argument. Michigan would do it. Or if somehow Michigan stayed blue, Wisconsin would get him to 269. New Hampshire could do it under that scenario. So there are now several different paths as we watch this play out. What does it come down to? It comes down to counting to the final vote there. We got a ways to go here still, and it could come down. Let's switch maps and see. It could come down to a state that most Democrats and even many Republicans thought months ago was a sure bet. And if you look at this right now, we're up to 80% of the vote. She has closed the gap. In just the last few minutes, she has closed the gap to about 10,000 votes, if you see it right there. So you're looking, number one, if you think about it, what did I say? Michigan, Virginia, and then we'll look at Minnesota, Wisconsin, which are less likely, but they're still in play. So the question is, can Hillary Clinton come back? The answer is yes, but the clock is ticking. 95% in Loudoun County, 80% in Fairfax County. This is a big vote center. So
that's 13.5% population of the state.
You remember the Senate race a few years ago. Everybody was stunned that Ed Gillespie, the Republican, was so close to Senator Mark Warner. And Ed Gillespie was leading at times in the night, and then these votes came in, and snap, it changed. That's not saying that is what's going to happen tonight, but we have to wait to see what happens in the Northern Virginia suburbs. Hillary Clinton now, that's back up now to, what do we have there?
13,000.
Yeah, a little over 12,000 in there. So the clock is starting to run at 80%. So Virginia's one place we'll watch. Trump wins that. Again, he's got to hold these ones, so let's just check on these as we go. Up to 79%.
He's got 100,000 votes.
You're up to 80% now. You're talking about a pretty good lead, but what's out? So let's look, 94% there. We're still waiting for a decent amount of votes here, but it's only 3% of the state population. I want to go over to Charlotte. This could come down to how many votes are still left out here. Only at 43% here, so North Carolina's not over. But if you're Donald Trump, and you're now at just shy of 80%, and you're looking at a 2.5, 3-point lead there, you're getting increasingly confident about that. And as I said, when you check in with people down here, increasingly even Democrats believe, because of his strength in these rural areas up in the Panhandle and elsewhere, and because of his running very competitive in areas like this, and especially here, Barack Obama won, President Obama, Senator and President Obama won this when he was running in his election campaigns, that is there enough down here? 95% now in Palm Beach County, so there's more votes to be gained for Secretary Clinton. Is the math enough? Let's move down here to Broward County, 75%. Again, she's likely to pick up some votes, but is it enough? Miami-Dade is almost done at 94%. So there are still some votes in these southeastern counties. Hate to say this, to say the words Florida and lawyers in the same sentence, but we're going to wait for these votes to come in, and we're going to see. There's a chance that some of these states are going to carry over into the morning. If you get into, are there still other absentee ballot issues out there? But Florida, if you're Trump and you're looking at this one is key right now. Can you hold this lead? We're going to watch that as soon as we get up there, and then we'll move out here. The count's a little slower as you move toward the west. We're only up to 21% in Michigan, but again, you're starting to build a healthy lead. Some people look at that and say, wow, the other way to look at it is that what we have so far.
What about the Democratic areas like Detroit?
Right. Most of what we have so far is from the rural areas. So it's not surprising in the sense that once you look at where the votes are from, that doesn't surprise you. The question is what's happening in places like this. And again, this is going to come down to margins. If Donald Trump is running more competitive in these areas, so 51 to 44, 54 to 46. So do you have a Donald Trump running closer in these outside, essentially the counties just outside of Detroit? Let's go down to Wayne County. One of the biggest concerns for the Democrats in this election cycle has been African-American turnout. Wayne County, Detroit, we're only at 11%. So if Wayne County ends the night 48-45, Donald Trump is going to win Michigan. We're only at 11%, so we'll see how this one plays out as we go.
John, I want to go to Virginia right now. There's been a dramatic development in Virginia. There it is. You can see Hillary Clinton has now taken a slight lead with less than 2,000 votes, 47.5% to 47.4%. You see her lead has just grown. It is in Prince William County.
It's grown because the vote count, we've gone from 16 to 26% here, and we've gone up to 89%. We were just talking moments ago in Fairfax County. We said we were waiting for a lot of votes. That's why it happened. These votes have come in Northern Virginia. And again, that's why this state has done this to us in the last couple of cycles. You see the Republican build an early lead, and then you see the Democrat bounce back when these votes come in. Doesn't mean we're done. She has a tiny
2,000 votes.
Tiny lead. So the key here is we know what's still left, right? Loudoun County, she's winning by a healthy margin. We still have 14% of the vote to count. Fairfax County, we're up to 89% now, but she's winning by a lopsided margin here. Let's just check Fairfax City. Up to 86%, some more votes to be counted. But you're looking at the blue is what's out. So then you say, are there Republican votes out there? So you just start to pick them. And you see 100% here, and 100% here, and 100% here. So if you're the Clinton campaign, you just let out a huge sigh of relief in one state. One state. They're still having.
It's not over with Virginia yet.
It's not over. It's not over yet. But if you study this state, you think this one just started to move your way. And here's one of the places we're going to keep looking. This here, 5% of the state population. This again used to be.
Well, she's 5,000 votes ahead now. It just changed, John. So she's got a bigger lead right now. 1,559,000 to 1,553,000.
Yeah, and that's here. This is what, again, we've seen many races lately. It's very close. Still a swing state that leans blue. That's what I was waiting for all night long. Again, we're not done. We're not done, but they feel, trust me, just for the fact that that is suddenly blue on this map, in this sea of red, makes them feel a little bit better as we count the rest of the votes. So you're looking.
Let's go to New Hampshire right now.
Let's go to New Hampshire right now. You got it. 34% of the vote right now. This is what happens in New Hampshire. It fills in kind of, looks almost like a checkerboard when it fills in as it goes. So let's look at the areas. Manchester City, Hillary Clinton ahead, 6 points there. Just want to go back and check this. It was 11 points. 11 points 4 years ago. This is your biggest chunk of population in the state. One of the biggest chunks right here, 8% plus. Remember, Donald Trump had a very big rally here the other night. It was supposed to be the close of his campaign. Then he decided to go on to Grand Rapids, Michigan, and at an event. These late campaign stops by Trump, the big criticism has been, does he have the organization? Does he have the nuts and bolts? Does he have the data operation? Does he have the infrastructure? Donald Trump is his own turnout machine to a large degree. The Republican National Committee is mad at me for just saying that. I'm not saying they don't have one, but he is the biggest engine of it. Let's see if he can keep, again, even if he doesn't win Manchester, keep it close, then you run it up in the other areas. But I want to say but about New Hampshire because we're nowhere near done here. Hudson, along the map, this is the Massachusetts border has become much more populated in recent years. People living right along the Massachusetts border. Hudson, Nashua, we have nothing. I just want to go back in time and check. These are areas where President Obama won quite handily. You move over here. This is a Republican area, but a more of a swing area. Remember, Mitt Romney had a lot of connections in New Hampshire, so he ran stronger in some of these places than one would expect Donald Trump to. Except Trump has a good organization there from the primaries. I want to come back to 2016, and come over to the Seacoast. This is largely a Democratic area over here by the Seacoast, and we have nothing yet. We have nothing yet. So I would just say take a breath on New Hampshire, except for the fact that at the moment, Donald Trump has a lead, 36% of the vote. Still plenty of time here as we go through this one in New Hampshire. But let's pull back out and look at the map.
I want to look at Wisconsin if we can, because they both made plays for it, and it was not supposed to be. It was not really supposed to be in play.
It was not supposed to be in play, except the Trump campaign told us they could make a run at this play, and a lot of people didn't believe them. They had to
Let me just tell our viewers, a quarter of the vote is in, 26%, and Trump is ahead 50% to 44%. He's got more than 40,000 vote lead right now.
And again, so you're looking at a lot of these small rural areas. You're going to see this in so many states tonight. They're filling in red. The question is, where are we percentage-wise? In Madison, Dane County, this is the University of Wisconsin. This is a big Democratic area. We're only at 23%. This is key as we go forward. You see the lopsided math here at 23%. As we get 50, 75, 100, Hillary Clinton, if she's going to make up Donald Trump's lead at the moment in Wisconsin, she needs to do it here. Let me pull out and look again. Let's come around here. Let's come over to Milwaukee and see what we have here. 45%. She's running up a lead pretty big. I just want to see 66 to 28. Let's go back in time and look 68 to 32. So it's comparable. It's comparable. We're at 45% there. The question is, we'll check the math. I'll go and check the math next time I get a chance versus 2012 turnout to see how that's going there. The percentages are about right. The question is, are you getting the turnout you need? We got a big block up here. We have absolutely nothing. We go back and look. This was a Romney area up here, 53-46, about 2.5% of the state population. So we have a ways to go here as you start to watch. Let's just go back in time and look for your big areas of blue. You see all down in here, right? And so you come back up here, we got nothing. So if there's room here, if it comes in as it did in 2012, there's room here for Hillary Clinton to make it up. But again, if you're the Trump campaign and you're looking at a 5+ point lead in the state of Wisconsin and you're at 27% of the vote, you start to think that late strategy pulled off. And let's just, since we're in the neighborhood, come over here and see where we are in Michigan. 23%. The idea for comparison is to look where the red is, go back in time. All this in here is traditionally blue. So you've got some red down here that's traditionally blue, and we're at 47%. in places like that. Not huge population centers, but it matters if you're in a very close race. If you turn some of these small areas, that's how you make the difference. I just want to come back over here again and look, Oakland County.
By the way, we're getting close to the top of the hour. We might be able to make some more projections. Go ahead.
Great. Well, Macomb County, again, this is one of my bellwether counties to look at. It's part of the auto industry. It's General Dynamics. This is where Michael Dukakis took the ride in the tank. It's where Ronald Reagan created the so-called legendary Reagan Democrats. If Donald Trump wins Macomb County, that puts him in good standing to be competitive throughout the state of Virginia. And I'm told to go out and check in on Colorado. 53% of the vote. Colorado vote by mail. They count the vote, and it's competitive out here as well. Again, she's ahead, a little short of 5 points there, or just above 5 points there, excuse me. But Colorado, 53% of the voting. Clinton leading there. This race in Colorado will be decided here. Arapahoe County here in the Denver suburbs. And then you come over this way. Jefferson County in the Denver suburbs. Just want to go back and check the historical comparison. 51-50. So running about right there, 53 over here, running a little behind, but this will be decided in the Denver suburbs. Again, we've talked about this potentially as the year of the Latino. There are two in these counties here. Just want to get to Denver proper. You see she's running it up in Denver. So of all that, there's a lot of angst at the Clinton campaign headquarters. Colorado, one of the states at the moment, well, it looks like it's filling in the way the Democrats expected it to, but across the Rust Belt, a lot of anxiety in Brooklyn at the moment.
We're only seconds away from the top of the hour. 4 states are closing. Right now, we're going to be able to make a projection. And CNN projects Donald Trump will carry the state of Montana and its 3 electoral votes. Another important win for Donald Trump in Montana. He gets those 3 electoral votes. Every electoral vote will count tonight. Let's get a key race alert right now. Too close to call in several states where the polls have now closed. In Iowa, with its 6 electoral votes, too early to call, no projection there. In Nevada, 6 electoral votes, too early to call, no projection there. Similarly, in Utah, too early to call there, 6 electoral votes. Evan McMullen, a Utah native, a third-party candidate, a conservative, he's making a push in Utah right now. Too early to call there. Let's update the all-important Electoral College map. Where it stands right now, you can see Donald Trump maintains his lead. He has 139 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 104 electoral votes, 270 needed to be elected president of the United States. Let's get another key race alert right now. All right, here's where the votes stand. Let's start in Florida. 95% of the vote is in. Donald Trump still maintains an impressive 105,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 5% of the vote outstanding, 29 electoral votes. Trump ahead in Florida. In North Carolina, 81% of the vote is in. Trump maintains an impressive 114,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 15 electoral votes. Trump ahead in North Carolina. In Ohio, 67% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a very impressive, almost 400,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 18 electoral votes at stake in Ohio. In Virginia, 83% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton all of a sudden has taken a lead. 15,456 vote lead over Donald Trump. 83% of the vote is in. 13 electoral votes in Virginia. Hillary Clinton ahead there. Let's go to Georgia right now. In the state of Georgia, almost half of the vote is in. Donald Trump here too, he has a very impressive lead, 365,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 16 important electoral votes at stake in Georgia right now. In Colorado, 53, more than half of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead of about 73,000 votes over Donald Trump. 9 electoral votes in the state of Colorado. In Michigan, a quarter of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there, still maintaining a lead of almost 50,000 votes over Hillary Clinton right now. 24% of the vote is in. 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan and New Hampshire. 41% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there as well. 5,297 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 4 electoral votes. Everyone is critically important in New Hampshire. Trump is ahead in New Hampshire right now. More votes coming in. Let's take a look at Wisconsin. 28% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead in Wisconsin right now by more than 50,000 votes. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, a third of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has an impressive lead. 250,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Votes just beginning to come in Arizona, where only 2% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a lead of 6,600 votes over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes in Arizona. Let's take a look and see nationwide nationwide where the popular vote stands right now. U.S. popular vote. Donald Trump has 48.9%. Hillary Clinton has 47%. He is ahead nationally by 1,153,000 votes nationwide. That's the popular vote. And he's ahead by more than 1,100,000 over Hillary Clinton. In the all-important electoral vote count, Donald Trump, once again, he's ahead there with 139 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 104 electoral votes, 270. I got to remind you, that's the magic number needed to win the White House. Let's go back over to Jake. Jake, I know you've checked the markets right now. How are they reacting to all of this? So far, pretty good news for Donald Trump.
It's great news for Donald Trump so far, and it's an unpredictable race. We're talking about this, how much this really upends so much of the prediction industry. But the one thing that the markets don't like is uncertainty. And right now we've been told that U.S. stock futures are down nearly 500 points. That's 2.7%. Wall Street has consistently during this election season, whenever Trump took the lead or seemed to be doing well, investors have been worried about his unpredictability, his tough talk on global trade deals. The market jitters most obviously in the currency markets, with the Mexican peso plunging 7% against the U.S. dollar. Obviously, Mr. Trump has talked about negotiating tough trade deals with Mexico, talking about scrapping NAFTA, the free trade agreement. Gold, which tends to rise when investors are nervous, is up 3% and is up more than $1,300 an ounce. So right now, with all this news that seems to be excellent for Donald Trump, Wall Street and the markets are very, very jittery.
A lot of jittery people out there right now, Deb.
You know, I'm guessing that the people in Brooklyn, I can see their fingers
that's
probably.
Hillary Clinton had.
Yeah, fingers probably bleeding because there's no more nail to bite. I'm guessing that that's probably what's happening. And I think it's really, really important to point to the state of Virginia, because these other battleground states where the candidates, both of them, traveled heavily, okay, you know, we expected those to be close. But the story of Virginia tonight, even though she has pulled ahead here, in the polling, and frankly in some of the modeling, she was ahead by many, many points.
Significantly, yeah.
Significantly, and the fact that he is doing so well there tells you about the fervor out there. Whether it is for him, against her, or just against Washington, to me that is a story that is really encapsulated in the Commonwealth.
And let me just say again, we are still waiting for the results from these 4 firewall states. But I don't know what we're going to, I mean, Hillary Clinton needs to hold on to these 4. We still don't know what's going to happen in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, or New Hampshire. But Donald Trump is competitive in all 4 of them. And it is entirely possible that there is a wave out there that the pollsters and the predictors and all the vote modelers did not see coming at all.
The one thing that I will say about the modelers is I was just talking to somebody who said that with regard to the modeling that both parties do and both campaigns did, that they had it was sort of a 2% margin of error, for lack of a better way to say it. Having said that, you know, there is something that is out there that is hard to get with data. And it's just clear that that's true.
Those early exit polls showed there were a lot of angry voters out there in the United States. John, let's take a look at North Carolina right now, because that's really emerging as a critically important state. 82% of the vote in North Carolina is in. Donald Trump still maintains the lead, one of about 120,000 votes.
So you start to get to that point, 120,000 votes, you're thinking, is it possible? Is it at all possible to make that up? So you start looking at the blue population centers. You look out here, they're at 100%, so there's nothing more to be gained for Secretary Clinton there. This is the biggest one here. You come in at Mecklenburg County. Still some votes to be gained here. Is it possible? Yeah, sure. There's math there. It's possible to be done, but that's assuming, you know, that she runs it up at the margin she is there. It also assumes that Donald Trump's not adding. Let's come over here. We're up to 99% in Wake County. Hillary Clinton's winning this county by just what they targeted. We wanted to win this big, 15 points or more. Very successful here. And yet, they're getting swamped with turnout elsewhere is what's making this so race. They did exactly what they wanted to do here at 77%. The question is the numbers. We're going to match the numbers up to past campaigns and see if they're getting the percentages right. The question is, did they gin up the turnout? Can she come back here at 17%? You look around. Let's go back in time. I just want to look at some of these rural counties up top here. There's some small counties up here. You're looking, again, let's go back. This is the race before. You're going back here. Let's go back to 16 and see if we have anything here. 80%. So even if you keep going there, you're talking about a couple hundred votes at best when you look up here. So you look at this big population center, again, this is where the votes are. In these areas around here, in the Raleigh-Durham Research Triangle, in the areas around it, 80%. So there are some votes to be counted here, but if you look, come back, pull out to that statewide lead at 83%, that's a tough margin to make up. Doesn't make it impossible. If she's going to make it up, a lot of it's going to have to come from right here in Charlotte and in the suburbs. Again, if you do that math, you're at 43%. If she doubles that, there's 100,000 votes there. If you double it, so it's there. The question is, you start checking these Republican counties. There's a couple hundred votes here for Donald Trump to make up, maybe 1,000. There's still some votes here for Donald Trump to make up here. And so we got a ways to go before you can get into the exact nature of it. But if you're in Trump campaign headquarters right now, you think it might get closer because your votes are in here and your votes are in here. And that's what happens in the war room. They start calling around to all these counties, who's left out, what's left out. And here, they're looking at it, they're asking here, are they close to Charlotte or are they more up here where the Republicans run a little better? That's what they do in the war rooms right now. And this is...
Let's take a look at two states, Michigan and Wisconsin. These are states that Hillary Clinton obviously has to win. Michigan first. Donald Trump is ahead right now in both of those states.
And as you look at the map, before I go into the numbers, these are the two states, if the map stays like we see it right now, if Donald Trump holds on to Florida, if Donald Trump holds on to North Carolina, then these are the states that will decide the next president of the United States. That's a big if. That's a big if. But let's just go through. 26% of the vote right now, and you're just looking here, again, you're up here, Upper Peninsula, you're down through here. Donald Trump is winning.
A lead of about 60,000.
He's winning areas where the Republican, the conservative needs to win, and he's winning them. Just want to go back again. These are tiny places, so you think that's not a big deal. It does matter in a close race, 59%, 70%. So in these small rural counties, Donald Trump is running up numbers, and you think, oh, it's 200 votes, oh, it's 300 votes. Well, guess what? If it's 200, 300, 1,000, 800, you start racking that up. That's what you need to offset the Democratic leads down in these places. 63% of the vote in Oakland County, so more votes for Democrat and much more population, as you see. But let's go back in time and take a look. 51, 54. So she's underperforming President Obama a little bit here in the Detroit suburbs. Just want to come back to Wayne County. She's stretched out a little bit. The last time that was 2 or 4 points. She's now in a 10-point lead range there. This is the key. This is the key, and this is why, again, at Trump headquarters, they're looking at Michigan, they're thinking 16. That's a magical number to add to Trump's math if they can get those 16 electoral votes. But let's take some time, let's wait. Wayne County is notoriously slow in reporting its votes. We've been up, we'll be here for a while, let's just put it that way. We're 27% statewide, but she needs a big number out of Wayne County to make that up. Mathematically possible? Absolutely. But again, in the Clinton war room, trust me, they are frantically calling not only into Wayne County, but they're calling it down here too. As you get at 66, only at 5%. Again, smaller county, less population, but if the margin stays like that, and it's early, so you're not sure the margin's going to hold like that, but if it stays like that, the math is still possible. In a very tense Clinton war room right now, they're looking at Michigan and they're saying the math is possible. So let's go next door. We're at 33%.
Wisconsin.
This one's getting interesting in the sense that this is a Republican area, usually up here. Well, let's come over to Eau Claire.
He's 51,000 votes ahead in Wisconsin right now, a state that usually goes Democratic.
And so here's a big area where President Obama ran it up 56-43, and we have absolutely nothing. So you start to look again are there votes out here for Hillary Clinton to make this up? Janesville, which is home to the House Speaker, at least at the moment, Paul Ryan, 51-42 or 52-43 if you want to round those up. Again, you go back in time, that's a problem. That's a problem. When you're in a state like this and you're underperforming, where the last Democrat who won it, that's an issue. So if you're underperforming here, the question is, are you overperforming anywhere else? Because Trump tends to be running well where he needs to do and very well in other places. Let's just look at a place like Oshkosh. 3% of the state population, Winnebago County, 51-42. He flipped this county at the moment. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for a big population center that has flipped. And so let's go, you go back here and you look here, 66% of the vote as well. So this 3% of the state population, you say no big deal. Guess what? In a battleground state, you flip a county like that, you're doing some math, and you start to do math like that, that's what puts you ahead. And so we're going to watch the vote centers. If you're the Democrats now, you're looking at Dane County, which is 9% of the state population. You've got a third of the vote counted. You better hope.
You got almost 9% of the population of the state there.
Yeah, so you have to hope that you've got more of that coming, and that margin stays like that, and you get more heavy vote as you come through. And again, you start looking through. This is it here. This is it. But She's, again, running up the percentages. We're only at 45%. Still a lot of votes left to be counted here. You presume most of them are going to go to Hillary Clinton. It just clicked up to 82%. So let's see what that did. We just jumped from 82% in Milwaukee County. So now we pull back out. It got her closer. She's now 48 to 47. So those votes come in. You see what happens. The big votes come in the Democratic area. It brings the votes up here. Let's just check back at Dane County, still at 32%. So as you watch these counties start making big jumps, it is possible. It is possible to come back. But I can tell you right now, in the Clinton war room and the Trump war room, this is where the urgent phone calls are going. Into Michigan, into Wisconsin. Because at the moment, again, let's just check one more second right here. North Carolina is holding. Florida is holding. Looks like Virginia is trending Clinton's way, Wolf. We're going to look across the Rust Belt here. Michigan, Wisconsin, some vote counting to do.
John, stand by. We have 2 more projections right now. CNN now projects that Hillary Clinton will win the state of New Mexico with its 5 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins New Mexico. CNN also now projects that Donald Trump will win Missouri with its 10 electoral votes. Another important win for Donald Trump in Missouri. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now, where it stands, the all-important map, I should say. Donald Trump is still ahead. He has 149 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes, 270 needed to win the White House. You see the blue states, Hillary Clinton states, the red states, Donald Trump states, all those yellow states. Too early to call. We have not been able to make a projection in those yellow states. Let's go back to John over at the Magic Wall. John, you're looking at the national vote right now, and Donald Trump is ahead, by 2 points.
Looking at the national vote, we still got some ways to go. We're still early to count in a lot of these states out here. So just want to go back to this again for people at home who are thinking, is this possible? Is this possible? This is where we have it right now. Actually, we've moved a couple of other states since you did that. This is as we count. I want to just go back to where we had this
Let's go to New Mexico and Missouri first.
You bet. Let's switch. We'll get there.
Yeah, just highlight those.
Okay. So let's come out to New Mexico. Let's take a peek. Hillary Clinton running up 50 to 40 essentially at the moment. These are your major population centers. You're going to come here first. Santa Fe County, back here at Albuquerque.
Not a surprise that she took New Mexico.
No, it used to be a swing state. George W. Bush won it in one of his elections, but it's become very much a blue state. But so let's go back and look here.
What do you think of that?
This is where we started the night right now here. And so what are we looking at, right? Clinton was at 268. We thought she just wins one state like Nevada. We'll get there, but Democrats think they're going to win Nevada. Most Republicans think they'll win Nevada. We'll see what happens. But the early prognosis on the night was she wins that, holds everything out here, then she could afford to lose Florida. She could afford to lose North Carolina. But we're in a very different conversation right now. Even if we give her Nevada.
Keep in mind, folks, this
Trump
video
is 11.
Not rated.
It's 29. That's 15. Now we're in the ballpark. Now we're thinking, let's even leave New Hampshire out of it for a minute. New Hampshire's still in play. We're counting the votes there. But at 259, even if she wins Virginia, Michigan puts Donald Trump over the top. Let's say she comes back and holds on. The Wayne County vote comes in. Wisconsin would put him at 269. Then you've got a congressional district in Maine or state of New Hampshire can put Donald Trump over the top. So we are having a conversation now that it was impossible to have 2 weeks ago. It was just improbable. You were not having a reality-based conversation trying to do this map a couple of weeks ago. The polling told you that was a fool's errand. It is not a fool's errand tonight as we watch these results. Does that mean this is going to happen? No, we don't know that. We're going to be counting votes for a long time. But it's now conceivable. And one other thing to watch, Democrats think that one's gone. We haven't counted many votes out here yet. There was a late push by Democrats. Is there anything we can do to turn that one around?
Let's take a look at Iowa. We're beginning to get some votes in from Iowa right now.
Some Democrats were thinking at the end, do we need to suddenly go back and try to turn something around? Are we going to be in a problem? And it's blue at the moment, but we're only at 13% of the vote. And the votes that are in Iowa City and Des Moines, those are big Democratic areas. So she's up 59, 60 to 35, up to 13% right now. But when I was showing you Michigan, I was saying take a deep breath because all the votes were coming in from conservative areas. Well, in Iowa, there's no reason for Republicans who think they're going to win the state to panic or Democrats to celebrate because we are very early on. The early votes we're getting, Polk County, which is home to Des Moines, the big Democratic area, Iowa City, College Town out here. She's running it up into College Town, but only at 2%. So this, again, in electoral college chess, you focus on the big ones. Florida's 29, North Carolina's 15, Michigan's 16, Pennsylvania's 20. Every now and then, the little guys come into play. And we may be counting the votes in Iowa, and we may be watching the votes in New Hampshire deep into the night because we have a different race tonight than we thought we had even just days ago.
Well, let's go to the big key battleground states. Let's start in Florida.
Let's come on down here. We're up to 95%, and it's close, but you get to the point, where are we at, 140, a little shy of that, 130 something?
Donald Trump is ahead by about 140,000 votes.
So you come down there and you think, are they there? Well, Palm Beach County is up to 97%. So there are more votes here. There aren't that many more votes here, but it
almost done.
Could be some. You're almost done. If it's, whatever it is, you're adding up 10 to 20. 98% now in Broward County, which essentially tells you with the Clinton campaign war room, there's not much here. You might get some, and again, the size of this gap, if that 2% comes in, it's a decent chunk of votes in a major population center, but it's not enough. So you need a little, somewhere you need a lot. And we're up to 99% here. So there are no more big, giant, empty baskets.
Almost all of those three counties, heavily Democratic, they are almost all in.
They're almost all in. And so now you're going through, again, now you're calling, I hate to say this, but now is when you're calling in, is there anything outstanding? This is at 100%. You've come in there. Let's come up here, other places, tiny, much more small counties, but they're at 100%. So the issue now in the Clinton campaign headquarters when it comes to Florida, number one, what's left in any of these small counties? And if the math continues this way, is there anything, you're nowhere near automatic recount land.
Let's go back to Michigan and Wisconsin, see what's happening right now. First of all, in Michigan.
49 to 48. 50, if you want to round that up to 45, 50 to 45 if you round that up. Again, so you're looking, just go back in time. There's not much of a surprise up here. Marquette, we'll see where the vote comes in. Let's go back and check. Let's see where we are right now. 50 to 43. 56. See, you're seeing, just as I was showing you in Wisconsin, you find every now and then you find that one big county, moderate-sized county. It's not huge, but in a close race, you flip a county like that from past races, you're talking about a chunk of votes that matter. Now let's come down here. This race is going to be decided down here. Oakland County, she's leading, but again, if the final third comes in at that, you're going to make up some votes, but not a lot, and this is what we're waiting for. We're only at 16% in Wayne County, and this has to be not only the margin. If it's this close, 51 to 43, let's just go back in time and look at that. There's no way. If that stays that close, we're waiting for inner city Detroit. If inner city Detroit comes in and blows that away, but if you look at this 73 to 26, if Donald Trump at the end of the night is getting over 40% of the vote in Wayne County, well then that's a tough night for Democrats in the state of Michigan. So we got to wait. We're only at 16%. Those votes could be coming from out here, down here, more Republican areas. But this is a question of one. She better turn that percentage around big time if she wants to win Michigan. And number two, where the votes. That's not a lot of votes. That's not a lot of votes right now. We're only at 16%. But that's a warning sign. I just want to just show you that again because it's a stunner if you look at it. 51% for Hillary Clinton in Wayne County. Tells you everything you need to know about Michigan at the moment. Emphasis on at the moment.
Donald Trump always said he would get those so-called Reagan Democrats, blue-collar voter.
Right, and so this is fascinating. We'll pour through the Michigan exit polls as we do. Once that gets higher, again, you're looking at that right now. If you're at the Clinton campaign headquarters, you are calling your people out here, and you're asking what went on. And to be clear, I know Dana was sharing some of this reporting the other day as well. Democrats out here have been calling the Clinton campaign for months, not just weeks, but for months. Saying you need to tend to the garden. You think you have this one for granted. You're just taking this for granted, thinking you're going to win it. You better get out here. And the Clinton campaign late did get out there, but there's one of the. If this keeps going this way, one of the criticisms after will be that they took the so-called blue wall, which is these states they've won since 1992, 240, last 6 presidential elections, 242 electoral votes. They include Wisconsin, they include Michigan, they include Pennsylvania, which looks good for Clinton at the moment. If you stay like this, she's going to have
Trump's anti-trade message, like Bernie Sanders' anti-trade message, seems to have resonated in Michigan. Let's go to Wisconsin.
Make a key point. Before I do that, I just want to do one thing because you just make a key point. I know the experts on the other side of the room, and they're right. Primary wounds very rarely carry over to the general election. So you can lose a state in the primary, or Hillary Clinton won a lot of southern states in the primaries that she's not winning tonight. But Democratic primary, these are Bernie Sanders states. Both of them. And so as we go through this tonight, to your point, I did that because of your point about the trade message.
Yeah, all right.
You want to go Wisconsin?
Stand by. Let's do Wisconsin in a moment. Got to take a quick break. This presidential race turning out to be a real nail-biter. We're following close contests in multiple battlegrounds right now, including Michigan and Wisconsin. 2 states surprisingly very much at play right now. More results right after this quick break.
Donald Trump's up by 4 points so far in Michigan.
It's been a journey to get where I am, and I didn't get here alone. There were people who listened along the way. People who gave me options, kept me on track. And through it all, my retirement never got left behind. So today, I'm prepared for anything we may want tomorrow to be.
Every Sunday needs a planner. Let's talk about your old 401k today.
Lobbying is about foresight, but anticipating your opponent's moves, devising countermeasures. Our system is rotten. Final fight is hated.
You can't possibly win this.
Sergeant in position.
I use whatever resource I have. You cross the line.
You know the word annihilate? It means reduced to nothing.
It's about making sure you surprise them.
For any of you that don't know, we are in Buffalo, New York. So, there's absolutely no chance you will win the state of New York. But we're depending on other states.
Can't miss our huge holiday savings at the Metro Mattress Veterans Day sale event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on a Simmons Ultra set, now just $5.99, and get 0% interest for 60 months on all Tempur-Pedic complete sets. That's 5 full years. Ask about free delivery, but hurry, our Veterans Day sale event is going on now. Don't forget, only Metro Mattress offers a 1-year sleep on it guarantee. Metro Mattress.
Call him at 10:30.
Isn't it time for a home makeover? It's the Comfort Windows Ultimate Home Makeover Sweepstakes. Your chance to win a $25,000 home makeover plus installation. Just imagine new energy efficient windows, new siding, a new bathroom, a freshly remodeled basement, or much more. Last year, Comfort Windows gave Amy from Phoenix, New York an amazing home makeover. This could be you. Visit any Comfort Windows showroom or enter online at cablesweepstakes.com for your chance to win the $25,000 Comfort Windows home makeover.
Anthony Bourdain Parts Unknown. New episodes Sundays at 9 on CNN.
There too.
We have a major projection right now. Donald Trump will take Ohio. CNN projects Donald Trump will win Ohio with its 18 electoral votes. A relief for Donald Trump. No Republican has ever won the White House without Ohio. He has won Ohio with its 18 electoral votes. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see where it stands now. Big win for Donald Trump in the state of Ohio. Right now, he is ahead of Hillary Clinton. He has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton right now. Jake and Dana. Jake, this is a big win. He needed Ohio. He got Ohio.
Iowa and Ohio always looked like the first states of the Obama states that Donald Trump would be able to pick off. But I didn't know, based on polling and based on how Democrats talked about Ohio and how Hillary Clinton campaigned there. Remember, it was just a few nights ago she was there with Beyonce and Jay-Z campaigning. I didn't know it was going to be so early that we're going to be able to call Ohio for Donald Trump. I always thought it was going to fall into his side of the aisle. It is remarkable what we're seeing here, not just Ohio, but all over the country. In Philadelphia, I was just looking, the returns coming in. Hillary Clinton with 81% of the vote in Philadelphia as of right now. That is not really all that good for Philadelphia. She should be doing much, much better in the city of Philadelphia. The margins where she really needs to be driving up the vote for a very strong Democratic performance in those counties, she's not getting that.
Dan, a lot of stunned Democrats out there right now.
That's right, and let's just focus on Ohio for a second, what you just projected for Donald Trump as a bellwether. We've all talked about the fact that no Republican has won the White House without winning Ohio. But given where we are tonight, and another interesting statistic is that no Republican has ever won Ohio without winning the White House since Richard Nixon in 1960. So there is a very long history of Ohio predicting the president, no matter where which party he is in. The other point I think is important to make is that Donald Trump, we're projecting to win Ohio, no thanks to the sitting Republican governor in Ohio, John Kasich, Donald Trump's former rival for the presidential nomination. John Kasich made it very, very clear, very loudly, that he did not think Trump was the right person for the party, the right person to lead the country, sat out of the convention, even though it was in his home state.
And we should also note, Donald Trump obviously all the victories that Donald Trump has this evening, Donald Trump gets the credit for. But we should also note that when there's all this talk about how Hillary Clinton had a ground game and Donald Trump did not, the Republican National Committee has had boots on the ground for years now, and they have had a great ground game, and Donald Trump has been using that. So it's not as it's not as though all these victories that we're seeing came just because
you got a lot of help from
the RNC.
All right, we've got another key race alert right now. Let's update all the votes where they stand right now. We'll start in Michigan. Almost a third of the vote is in Michigan. Donald Trump has a 35,000 plus vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 16% of the vote is now in the state of Michigan. Donald Trump ahead there. In Wisconsin, 42% of the vote is in. He's ahead narrowly, 28,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Florida, 95% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has an impressive lead. In Florida, 135,000 plus vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 29 electoral votes are at stake in Florida. In Arizona, more than half of the vote is in. Trump has a lead, more than 33,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes at stake in the state of Arizona. Let's continue. Let's go to North Carolina right now. Donald Trump, he has an impressive lead there with 84% of the vote in, more than 143,000, almost 144,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 15 electoral votes in North Carolina. Almost half of the vote is in Georgia. Very impressive lead for Donald Trump. 347,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. He's doing well, very well in Georgia with its 16 electoral votes. In New Hampshire, almost half of the vote is in. Trump is ahead there as well. More than 10,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire. Every electoral vote is critically important. In Virginia, 87% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead, 55,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump. She's certainly relieved at this stage. 87% of the vote is in Virginia. 13 electoral votes at stake there. We've got some more results coming in from Colorado. First, 65% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a 92,000 vote lead over Donald Trump in Colorado with its 9 electoral votes. In Iowa, 19% of the vote is now in. Hillary Clinton has a pretty good lead, 54,000 plus vote lead over Donald Trump in Iowa. And in Pennsylvania, more than half of the vote is in. She's got an impressive lead there of more than 167,000 votes in Pennsylvania. So she's doing well, relatively speaking, in Pennsylvania, Iowa, and Colorado. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map to see where things stand. Donald Trump is ahead. He right now, we've projected, he has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 109 electoral votes. 270 needed to win the White House. Trump ahead right now. Let's go over to John King. You're studying a lot of these battleground states so closely. Let's start in Wisconsin.
You start in Wisconsin right now. It's gotten a little tighter, but 48 to 46. To round that up to 49 if you want. So you're looking, you're cutting the map here. Number one, just in a few places you're looking, come down to Milwaukee. This is a danger sign for the Clinton campaign in the sense that 17% of the state population, the Democratic base center, and up to 82% of the vote. So more votes to be counted. Most of them, we see 65-30. Most of them, we presume, will go to Secretary Clinton. It is the big population center, but you're getting close. You're getting close to the end there. So you start to look out here. Out here, you see the Eau Claire area here, only 1% of the vote. This is critical. It's tiny, 1.7% of the population, but you're starting to go back and looking for where are places the President Obama ran healthy margins where you know there are Democratic votes. Doesn't mean she gets them, but they exist. The question is, does she? We're waiting for the votes to be counted here as you start to go through. Otherwise, you look at this. I just want you to just look at this map for a minute. This is where we are now. Focus on where the red is. Now, when you go back 4 years, you see a lot. See this blue? President Obama winning in this part of the state right here. And you come back in here. See all this red? So you're looking at places like, you start Winnebago County, 50% for Donald Trump. You move over here. These are tiny, tiny counties, but it adds up. You start to go through them. These were blue 4 years ago, and now you're looking at them at the moment. We're still counting votes. So a lot of these counties, what somebody just went to, where was like 10% of the votes there. It's a very, that doesn't, those numbers don't mean much. But if you're watching, flipping counties within states, look at that, all that blue down here. Look at all that blue down here 4 years ago. A lot of red at the moment. And so 42% statewide counted. We got a ways to go. It's more than competitive, especially at only 42% of the vote. But this is a
he's got a 30,000 vote lead. Right?
This is a tough battle again. And this is Anyone say a month ago? Anyone say a month ago we were going to be counting the votes in Wisconsin late into the night? Number one. And again, the criticism is going to be here that even if she pulls some of these states out, the criticism is going to be that you ignored your friends. These are friendly Democratic states that have been Democratic for quite a long time, and look how close they are tonight. That's not to take anything away from Donald Trump. Donald Trump went into these states, he campaigned in these states, he's selling his economic message in these states, he's selling change in these states. These are not states where the Clinton campaign was repeatedly visiting in the parts of the campaign when they could have and should have. So you're looking at 51-43 right now in Oakland County, just trying to see what's left out there, Wolf, as I go through some of these states, just trying to do the math of is it possible. We were down here earlier, and it was much closer. A bunch of votes came in Wayne County. That's what made Michigan.
Third of the vote in Wayne County now.
And Michigan's a little tighter because of that, because this went back to a more traditional Wayne County. But still, when you go back in time, Donald Trump had just shy of 34% there. Romney got 26%. So again, we'll see where we get. We're only at 34%, and it has changed. Let's see how we get as it comes in. That Wayne County, again, notoriously late for coming in later. I'm not criticizing Wayne County; it's just later as they come into the state. But you're looking at this. Donald Trump is doing what he has to do. Again, compared to 4 years ago. See all that red up here in the Upper Peninsula, up here in the northern part of what they call the mitten, if you will. See, put the map, the hand up there. See. Running it up, still some places up here where President Obama did well, that at the moment Donald Trump is leading, and that can make the difference. Again, it's a tiny little county, but that 1,000 votes can make the difference in a close state when you get down to a battleground like this.
Just to show you every vote counts. Let's go to Colorado right now.
Colorado is close.
65% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is ahead by about 89,000 votes.
About 89,000 votes, and so you're looking at what are we missing, and so again, most of this state is won here, unless this is very close, then the smaller counties fill it in. So let's just check around here. Adams County, 9% of the state population. These Denver suburbs are critically important to how this state has shifted from reliably Republican to swing state to what many Democrats had hoped would be leaning blue. 50% of the vote there, just want to go back and check. 57% for President Obama. This is a pattern we're seeing now in a lot of places where Donald Trump is running more competitive. You move down here to Arapahoe County, vibrant Tea Party here. It's a Democratic county, but there is a vibrant Tea Party as well. It's a tug-of-war county, a swing county. Hillary Clinton at 53%. That's more in line with the Obama performance. I just want to Wolf come over here. She's doing fine in Denver City. Check the math, the numbers of the turnout. Jefferson County, this is one of your classic swing counties in the United States. She's winning at 50% there. 51%. So this one, Colorado is filling in a way that, I'm not saying we haven't called this state yet, we've got a lot of votes to count, but this one is filling in a way, Colorado, you look at the 5-point margin there, right?
She's built up her lead to about 91,000 votes right now. Let's go to Iowa.
It's 5, I just wanted to check. That's a 5-point state. And that one's filling in, it's got a ways to go, but it looks like it's filling in the way the Democrats expected it to. Iowa, we have Clinton ahead early, but I just want to be very cautious here. Number one, I don't know a lot of Democrats in Iowa who are confident they're going to pull Iowa out. Doesn't mean they won't. She has this lead here now. We're up at 21%. But remember, a lot of what you see empty here, especially out in the western part of the state, is going to fill in red. The question is, as we just went through to the east in Wisconsin and Michigan, these are blue for President Obama. When we get there later tonight, let's see what they are, because that could be the difference if this stays close. But right now, the votes that we do have are in Democratic population centers. So she's running it up big in the Iowa City area. She's running it up big in Cedar Rapids, but it's only 1% of the vote. And we have Polk County as your biggest center here, where Des Moines is. She's running it up big. So if you're the Democrats and you're looking at the map, you like what you see right now, but we're at 21%. We'll see.
She's up by more than 50,000 votes.
This could be when you pull out and look at this. If you're looking at this, number one, if Donald Trump holds this and this, she can't afford to lose both of those. If she gets one of those back, then we could be in a game of chess.
270.
What's her path to 270? Well, her path to 270 was this. Let me switch maps here for you. This is where we started the night, but these were all lean. These were all lean Democratic. At the moment, Pennsylvania looks solid. We're still counting the votes.
Change the states to reflect where the vote is now.
But right now, Donald Trump leads here. Donald Trump leads here. We're not ready to, this one's still early, but Donald Trump leads, so let's just put it in the current state of play, okay? Donald Trump leads here. Oops, sorry. And Donald Trump leads here. So we were talking all in the last couple of weeks that Donald Trump had such a narrow path, like drawing to an inside straight flush.
Take away Iowa.
Tables have flipped.
Take away Iowa. Right now, Hillary Clinton's slightly ahead. And Arizona, give them Arizona.
We'll make it a toss-up if you give Trump this one. I think most people expect she'll get this one based on early voting. But even then, we took Iowa away. If Donald Trump holds these, and this gives her Virginia, this scenario gives her Virginia, which we're not done yet, but she has pulled ahead there in Virginia. But if Donald Trump holds Florida, where he leads, holds North Carolina, where he leads, we've called Ohio. And so this comes down, again, the Trump campaign said from day one, we are going to prove you all wrong, and we're going to win with a Rust Belt strategy. Early on, their anchor was Pennsylvania. That's the irony of this, in the sense that Pennsylvania at the moment, again, we haven't called it yet, Wolf, but Pennsylvania at the moment, Clinton has the healthy lead. Michigan and Wisconsin are the flashing red alerts at the Clinton War Room right now.
John, we have another major projection right now. And CNN can project that Virginia, the Commonwealth of Virginia, will go to Hillary Clinton. 13 electoral votes in Virginia. An important win for Hillary Clinton in the state of Virginia, a state that President Barack Obama carried twice. She is ahead in Virginia. She will carry Virginia. Let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now with her win in Virginia. Donald Trump is still ahead. He has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 122 electoral votes. 270 needed to win the White House. You see the red states that have gone for Donald Trump, the blue states that have gone for Hillary Clinton, the yellow states. No projection, too early to call. We have another key race alert right now. As John King said, it comes down to Michigan and Wisconsin. Let's take a look at Michigan first. 37% of the vote is in. Donald Trump still maintains a lead of almost 74,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 49.5% to 45.5%, 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. In Wisconsin, almost half of the vote is in. Donald Trump is ahead there as well. He's ahead by almost 27,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 48.3% to 46.5%, 10 electoral votes. 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin at stake. Let's go over to Jake. Jake, this is a moment that the markets are watching very closely right now, because few people thought Donald Trump would be doing as well at this stage as he's doing.
The markets don't like instability, and they also are unsure of what Donald Trump is going to do when it comes to trade. And we mentioned earlier that the Dow futures were down 500. Now they're down more than 600. But we should really just take a moment here and look at this. Pollsters predicted that Hillary Clinton was going to have not just a victory, but that she was going to win an electoral landslide. Not only is that not happening, it is entirely possible that Donald Trump is truly redrawing the map the way that he said he was going to. He was going to redraw the map from Wisconsin and Michigan to Ohio and Iowa. And winning over those white working class voters that feel the Democratic Party and Republican elites in Washington have ignored them for too long. Right now, he seems on his way to actually doing that. And in a word, it was Donald Trump versus almost all the experts. And as of right now, it looks like Donald Trump was right.
Yeah, he's doing something amazing right now. As he himself said, he said, don't believe all those polls.
That's right. Let's just talk about the Midwest, upper Midwest, Michigan and Wisconsin. People initially thought when Donald Trump went into Michigan that it was a fool's errand because it was such a safely blue state. Then the numbers started to shrink. I started to hear, I'm sure you did too, from Democrats. And there you go. Look at Michigan right now. He's up. Donald Trump is up by 57,420 votes with just 38% of the vote in. But still, this is a blue state. This is the state that the Clinton campaign should have had in the bank a long time ago. And this is the other thing that is really stunning to Democrats. Wisconsin, I think we can put that up there as well. Wisconsin is a state that has not gone Republican in decades. They didn't spend a lot of time there. Donald Trump did do some trips there, canceled one that he was supposed to do last week, but he did certainly more than Republicans thought that he should have. People thought he was frankly bananas to go to Wisconsin as much as he did. Clearly he wasn't. They knew that there was something possible to take there. He also has been traveling with the Republican National Committee chair, a Wisconsin native who also knows the state. But these are part of the Democrats' reliably blue states. And Donald Trump, as you said so well, is re-scrambling the map clearly with disaffected voters who are so done with Washington, and people likely, we'll see when we get the exit polls, who really haven't been out for any candidate, much less a Republican, in years.
We've talked about this for the whole year. Donald Trump having one core message, which is Washington is not working for you. It's a cesspool. It's not protecting your jobs. It's not protecting you from terrorists. It's not protecting you when it comes to illegal immigration. It's not keeping the border safe. Now, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that's been wrapped around that core message. But apparently, to millions and millions of Americans, that message was more important than all the other stuff wrapped around it, even when that other stuff was perceived to be very offensive to millions of others.
And he clearly has energized a lot of voters out there that may not have necessarily have voted, but he got to them and he energized them. John, you're taking a much closer look at Michigan. Let's take a look at Michigan right now.
Taking a closer look at it and emailing people in both campaigns and people I know in these states who aren't affiliated, at least directly, they're not on the payrolls of any of these campaigns. The Democrats are obviously supporting Clinton. Most of the Republicans are backing Trump, although some of them are actually pretty agnostic about Trump. Think about it. So can she come back in Michigan is the question, right? We're at 38%, 49 to 46. You're looking at 20 plus 40, so about 60,000 votes, just shy of 60,000 votes. There, if you're looking, can she come back in Michigan? The answer is yes, she can. Not that she will. The answer is yes, she can. You look at all this red and you think that's nuts. How is that possible? I just want to show you a couple things. Number one, you come down here, 3% of the state population. We're at 63% of the vote. So there's more votes to come here. This is the smaller basket of potential Democratic votes, but there are some votes here. The Clinton War Room says they're confident the rest of this is overwhelmingly Democratic. We'll see if they're right. You come down here. We're going to come over here to Detroit, Wayne County. This is still a stunner to me that this is that close. It was much closer earlier on. You're looking at 61 to 35 there. You go back here, 73-26. That's where this has to end up for Hillary Clinton to win the state of Michigan. Can it? What the Clinton War Room says, and I just checked with a labor activist I know out here just to be sure that we're not getting spun too much, and he said he generally agrees that most of this vote is from the outer parts of Wayne County. You're in the more suburban parts out of way, and that we have not gotten the large pocket of votes that we will get from Detroit. So everyone says that's the case. If that's the case, there's a lot of math to be done when these votes come in, if they turned out. If. It's a big if. So when you start doing the math, is it possible? We're only at 40% of the state vote, 39% statewide. And she is down, she just pulled a little bit closer there. Is that what?
About 60,000 votes.
60,000 votes. So are there 60,000 votes in Detroit alone? Are there 60,000 votes in Detroit alone? Of course there are. And so we have a ways to go. It is stunning that we're having this conversation based on how we thought this campaign was going to go. And it could be equally stunning if you're sitting in the Trump campaign or the Clinton campaign headquarters. You're looking at these two long, deep blue states. Red right now. It is possible they could both turn as we count the votes. Remember what happened in Virginia. Donald Trump led it all night long. He led, and then the Democratic areas came in and it flipped. Is that possible in these states? Yes, it is. Guess what? That will decide the presidency, whether that happens or not. Because if you look at the way this map is filling in right now, yes, Florida is very close, but Trump's lead is pretty healthy. You go down here and look at it. In Florida, the way
130,000.
Right, the way we've gotten used to Florida, the closest state in 2012, 50-49. When you're looking at 2 points, or that's a little less than 2 points, I guess, but that's normal for Florida, and most people on the ground here, they're checking everywhere, trust me. They're checking everywhere, but even Republicans who don't like Trump in Florida think he's got this one. We'll see how it goes as we go forward. Let's check on North Carolina. That's a 3+ point lead there, 4-point lead, it's 4-point lead. We're at 90%, so you're starting to look, where are these votes? That's not good news for the Clinton campaign. When you look at North Carolina, 100% is in here. 77% here, but it's a much smaller piece of the population. But there are some Democratic votes still out there. Let's come over here. There are Democratic votes out here. If they're in here, the central city part, where you're predominantly, she's winning this by a lopsided margin anyway. There are parts of this county where she's probably winning at 70% plus. If they're out there, is it possible? So that's a lot of math to make up. If you look at the margin so far at 87%, her margin is what, 130,000 votes. You're not going to get, you only got 13% to go. So you're not going to get that many there. So you're looking at this and you're thinking, again, we're not ready to call this state by any means. We're going to be counting for a long time. But if you're the Trump campaign headquarters, you're thinking, we think we got Florida. We think we got North Carolina. We know we have Ohio. This is what you're going to look at right here. If Clinton can turn them back, and I'm going to keep checking to see if the vote count goes up to 44% in Michigan, you still see this lead. We're going to wait for this a while. And again, we could be counting votes in California, Wolf, when this comes in. This is how it goes sometimes. We're going to wait on this. We're only at 39%, but 39% is significant.
In Wayne County.
Yeah, in the sense that, are they here? if they're in here,
18% of the state.
18% of the state. That's what I'm saying. So if the votes that we have are from here out here, it's less Democratic. I don't want to call it Republican. It's less Democratic. But you see this here. So we're going to wait on this. And again, the Clinton campaign says they're not panicking. Trust me, they're concerned. They say they're not panicking because they're told that's where the votes are. I checked in with a labor activist who says they're generally right, although he's a little skeptical. There are enough of them. We'll see how that plays out. I just want to peek at this, and then I want to go up. Wolf will come back to me in a second. We got to go to you for projection.
We have another major projection right now. CNN can now project that the state of Colorado will go to Hillary Clinton with its 9 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins Colorado. She's ahead in the popular vote right now. You see 67% of the vote in. She's winning by more than 86,000 votes. 9 electoral votes in Colorado. Another important win for Hillary Clinton. She needs all of these wins right now. Let's take a look at the electoral college map. Donald Trump has 167 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 131 electoral votes. Remember, you need 270 to win the White House. I keep saying that, but that's the magic number, 270. Another important win for Hillary Clinton in Colorado. Let's go back to John and talk about New Hampshire right now. More than half of the vote, John, in New Hampshire is now in.
54% of the vote in. You see Donald Trump with this lead, 3-point lead, just switched up. 54, we're still at 3, just a little slight change in the math there. So what's that, 11,000 votes right in that ballpark there?
So Trump is in the lead. He's got a lead there. Are there any encouraging signs outstanding for Hillary Clinton in New Hampshire?
I wouldn't call anything encouraging for Hillary Clinton at the moment, to be honest with you, my friend. But yes, are there places when you look at New Hampshire that tells you this was a Republican county 4 years ago, but this is where I meant to tap Nashua City. Nashua City is just shy of 7% of the population. This is a Democratic area if she wins it. We've seen Donald Trump flipping some areas tonight. This, if you go back in time to 2012, 56 to 42, 6% of the state population. So if you look at what the margin is right now, there are enough votes even just right here if she performs. That's been the question, and we've gone state by state to see, is she performing in these Democratic areas? That's one of them. I want to come over here to the seacoast. Sorry, I touched Maine. When you get right out here to the edge, stretch it out a little bit and make it easier for me. Portsmouth, another area here, just shy of 2% of the state population. An overwhelmingly Democratic area. We have no votes counted here yet. So let me just keep it on 2016 so I don't make a mistake. And so you come back, are there places? Yes. Our friend Mr. Tapper can tell us about Hanover, New Hampshire, where there's a famous university there. Just 1% of the state population, overwhelmingly Democratic area. So we got a lot of counting to do still in the state of New Hampshire. But at 50, we're at 54% of the count. It's a 3-point race right now. The challenge is quite simple. In these Democratic areas, Portsmouth, Nashua, smaller population up in Hanover. I just want to see what's happening here. She's at 6 points now. We're at 92% in Manchester. So this is 8% of the state population here. 50% for Secretary Clinton. This is an issue we're seeing consistently. Donald Trump's appeal to blue-collar voters, gritty Manchester, New Hampshire, 55, 44, 11 points for the president 4 years ago. 6 points for Secretary Clinton right now. That's what gets you the title race. You move into the traditionally Democratic areas. If you go back to 2008, remember when we thought Obama was going to win the New Hampshire primary? This is where she pulled it out, right here in Manchester. At the last minute, her team, her organization pulled it out in Manchester. They know this state very well, and they're not doing what they need to do in Manchester City right now. There's still room for her to come back, don't get me wrong. A 3-point race, there's a lot of Democratic areas. Just look at what's left on the map. You see it, it's kind of scattershot. It's hard to follow. It kind of looks like a tablecloth in a diner, if you will. But you see a lot of blue. See all this blue down here? This is 2012. You see all the blue down here in the corner. We don't have those votes yet.
So she might still be able to overcome that 12,000 voter disadvantage she has.
Yes, she can, and we will know when we see results come in from Nashua and Portsmouth. These are smaller communities. You're going to get 50 votes in this town, 100 or 200 in the next town. And Donald Trump, there's a lot of Donald Trump territory still here to fill in the map. Don't get me wrong. Well, there's a lot, if you want to go back, there's a lot of red still to be filled in. From 4 years ago. So there's more votes for Trump. But the big population centers that we don't have yet are Nashua and Portsmouth. big relative in the context of New Hampshire. But there's room, no question. There's room. Sorry, I hit the wrong button there. There's room for her to come back without a doubt.
Let's go to Pennsylvania right now. She's ahead in Pennsylvania. Take a look. She's ahead by only with less than 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania, with 66% of the vote counted.
The way the rest of this night is going, she's happy. In the sense that, no, it's odd in the sense that we thought, if we were talking about this, and our good friend Jeffrey Lord is from Pennsylvania, consistently we have thought that this would be the test. This is where the Trump campaign told us would be the big test. We're not done. We're not done here, but this one has been blue. She has led consistently throughout the night. So you look at where we're talking about here, and this is, so she has to come out of Philadelphia County with about 400,000. She'd prefer 400,000.
She's got 400,000.
She'd prefer 440,000, 450,000.
She's ahead by 418,000.
So you can win Pennsylvania with that in a presidential election. That's almost the minimum. It looks so lopsided, but that's almost the minimum. She's at 82%. You come back here again. You go back 4 years ago, 85%. And so I just want to see it's at below 1%. So there's not much of a drain from the third-party candidates there at all. That's okay. She would like that to be stronger. The question is, how's she doing out here in the suburbs? And when you match this up right now, this one looks, if you're a Democrat, this one looks right.
Pennsylvania.
It looks right, if you will. If you look, 57% in Montgomery County, 57% in Montgomery County. The president was 50-49 in Bucks County. Hillary Clinton, the third-party candidate, throwing a little bit there. It's a one-point race. That's consistent. It's a one-point race there. Just want to move over here and look. Chester County, she's winning this. Actually, this is significant. If she holds this, it's only 32% of the vote. This is where Melania Trump went to give her speech. Berwyn, Pennsylvania is here. It used to be Republican. It's trending Democratic. Mitt Romney won it just barely 4 years ago. So when you look at Pennsylvania, if there's a place they are reasonably optimistic about the Clinton campaign headquarters, it's Pennsylvania. But we're only up to 67% of the vote. So you start looking out here, again, the central part of the state is going to be for Trump. But that's 50-44. He's holding her own in a place like that. But we're at 100% here. We're at 94% here. I'm trying to see if there are places out here where we know there, even if it's hundreds at a time, if there are a lot more votes for Trump to make up. And you see, well, there's some small ones, but it's tiny here. You're looking at the votes.
You can screen it to show us the outstanding vote that's still out there. We have this new feature.
You cut oops. Bring it back and just touch. She gets a little touch happy at this time of night. Let's see if we get the percentage. Here we go. So we just come over to, let's just use 75 ballpark. So you're looking at the places where we're still under 75% of the vote counted. So you come in here, you're at 59%. So, again, it's a relatively small population center, but there are some more votes for Donald Trump as well. You're looking, Allegheny County, I just wanted to check this one. As you can see, it's over that. They're at 91%, Clinton winning. So more votes for her, but not a lot because that one is counted. So you're looking at what your calculation at home or in the war room is, okay, what's left? And you see a lot of blue areas here that are left, and these are more populated. These areas are more populated than these areas. So if you're looking at this, you would think your hunch off the top is there are more Democratic votes out there than Republican votes because these are bigger population centers than Republican areas. So if you're in the Clinton campaign headquarters, you're reasonably happy with the Pennsylvania map at this point of the night, given what's happening in Michigan and Wisconsin. You're nervous about everything. But that one makes you feel a little bit better when you look at that. And I just want to check back out here. 46%. Moved a little closer, I think, from the last time we looked at this. I'm just going to keep looking down here. We're up to 50% in Wayne County. This is going to decide this.
Let's screen Michigan right now and see where the outstanding vote is.
Let's bring it up.
Where there's less than 75% so far reported.
75%. And so there's a lot
up by 53,000 in the state.
Up by 53,000 votes, and so you see a lot of red, right? That means we have a lot of votes still to be counted in these places. Now, again, it's not a huge vote count, but this matters. This matters. A couple thousand votes matter. So if he goes up to 67%, he's not going to get a couple thousand vote cushion, but he gets a few more hundred. So that's the calculation you're making. Or the hundreds you're going to get in these conservative, smaller counties. Can the Democrats make up for that? That's a lot of votes with what's left to come out of Detroit. And this has to be, when we get more from Wayne County, it has to be overwhelming or else she's in trouble. She's in trouble at the moment in Michigan. The only way to solve her trouble is to have an overwhelming surge when we get more votes out of Wayne County. You look at other places, we looked at this a little bit earlier. Ingham County lands at 63%. So there are more votes. It's good math for Clinton, but you're almost 2/3 of the way there. So there's more, and there's a lot more for Donald Trump to come in these smaller counties, without a doubt. And so we're going to be counting in Michigan for a while. Let's do the same test as we go over to Wisconsin. Again, most of the areas we're waiting for a Republican, which bodes well for Donald Trump. At least they're Republican so far. There's by no means guaranteed that some of these will flip if more votes come in. But if you're looking at them at the moment, they're Republican.
I want to remind our viewers that we're getting ready for the top of the hour. Polls are closing in 5 more states, including California, Oregon, Washington State, Hawaii, and Idaho. We'll see if we can make some projections.
Let's quickly look at western Wisconsin here. I just want you to look here. This is what we're waiting for. These are counties in Wisconsin where less than 75% of the vote has been counted, right? So we're waiting up there. This is now. That's 4 years ago. That's blue. That's all blue 4 years ago. That's red right now. And so if that stays that way, that is the redefining, at least for one election cycle, of the American electoral map as we know it. That is a crack in the blue wall. If that stays, I want to keep emphasizing if, because if you talk to the Clinton campaign headquarters, they tell you, and let's see, Milwaukee's over 75% now, so I just want to come back to the full count and see, because they have been telling us that they can get votes out of here. It's at 84%. Again, if it's Center City, Milwaukee, it could be overwhelming. Is it enough to make it up? You see what she's doing in Milwaukee County? That is overwhelming. So we'll see what happens here. The Clinton campaign says they can make it up here. When you're at 84%, that's when you start to get a little bit skeptical that the math is there. The other place the Clinton campaign tells us they can make this up is the all-important Dane County. 9% of the state population, Madison, University of Wisconsin. This is a liberal Democratic base area of the state. As you can see, she's winning 65 or 66, 68, excuse me, rounding up, not down, 68 to 27. So half of the vote left. Is it possible? You see the gap. If she can double that, there are a lot of votes to be made up, enough to counter that. But she's running out of options. It has to come from here, it has to come from there, and then a small smattering, because there are still some votes, Wolf, for Donald Trump to make up in these rural areas. Tug of war, Wisconsin, tug of war, Michigan. We knew Florida and North Carolina would be tug of wars. This is most unexpected.
Certainly is a huge surprise to so many people out there. All right, in the next few seconds, polls will close in 5 western states, including California, with this whopping 55 electoral votes in California. We're getting ready to make some major projections. Let's get ready for that right now. And CNN projects Hillary Clinton will carry the state of California with its 55 electoral votes. A huge win in California for Hillary Clinton. She will also carry Hawaii with its 4 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins in Hawaii. Donald Trump, he also has a win. Donald Trump will win in Idaho with its 4 electoral votes. Another win for Donald Trump in Idaho. All right, let's take a look at the Electoral College map now. With these, Oregon and Washington State, by the way, too early to call in those states. Oregon and Washington State. You see it right now. Now let's take a look at the Electoral College map. Hillary Clinton has now gone ahead. She has now gone ahead with the huge win in California. She has 190 electoral votes, and Donald Trump 171 electoral votes. 270 needed to win the White House. Hillary Clinton is now ahead in the all-important Electoral College map count. Are they breathing a little bit easier over there at Clinton headquarters?
I don't think so, to be completely honest, because at some point in this night, as we watch the returns come in from states such as Wisconsin and Michigan, the Clinton headquarters was very confident that they had. That was their firewall. Remember, Wisconsin wasn't even part of the conversation. It was Michigan, it was Pennsylvania and Virginia and New Hampshire. When these returns come in, you see, okay, they have Virginia, but Pennsylvania's still up in the air. New Hampshire seems to be leaning towards Trump, and Michigan seems to be leaning towards Trump. No, I don't think so at all. You know, we've been talking now for 6 months about what is Donald Trump's path to the presidency. At some point, we're going to approach the period where it's a question of, does she have a path to the presidency? If she can't win Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Michigan, much less Wisconsin, Brooklyn, we have a problem.
Yeah, she's got to win those states, Devin.
Well, on that note, I'm just looking at a note from a Clinton aide saying that they are breathing a slight sigh of relief because of Colorado and Virginia. They do have to hold the upper Midwest, Wisconsin and Michigan, which, as you said, who knew, particularly Wisconsin, it was going to be this tight.
The Republicans didn't even think they were going to
win Wisconsin
a few days ago.
As I said, Donald Trump had been going there much to the chagrin of others. And one more thing, I just want to say that as far as the Clinton path, win Pennsylvania and either New Hampshire or Nevada. One other thing, look at this picture. This is something that I think is quite poignant at this hour. 2 hours ago at 8:55 p.m. Eastern, the Clinton team tweeted this out. It says, "This team has so much to be proud of. Whatever happens tonight, thank you for everything." And this picture of Hillary Clinton embracing this young girl, you know, if she pulls this out, this is a picture that says, "I did it for you." If she doesn't, it's a picture that says, "I'm so sorry I tried." And it's so poignant that they sent this out 2 hours ago, and it can be read two very different ways.
One of the things we saw in the exit polls was that women were not voting for Hillary Clinton in the numbers that polls suggested they would. She was not getting the gender gap that so many anticipated. But let's talk about the response of world markets, because those are some other individuals who are having trouble breathing right now. Right now, you see the world markets in Tokyo, Shanghai, Hong Kong are down, and the last I saw, it was more than 600 points. The Dow futures were down, again, because of the instability of the American election. Everyone thought, based on pollsters and prognosticators, that they knew how this was going to end up. And B, because of Donald Trump himself, who is a wild card and has been talking tough on trade. There's a reason why Wall Street supported Hillary Clinton much more strongly than they supported Donald Trump. And we're going to see, he's talking about renegotiating trade deals with China, with Mexico, and others. There's a lot more uncertainty in the world right now.
Lots of uncertainty in the world. The world was watching. I think most of the world thought that Hillary Clinton had it locked up. Not so fast. Right now, let's get another key race alert right now. All right, right now it's all about Michigan and Wisconsin. Right now, let's update you in Michigan first. Almost half of the vote is now in. Donald Trump still has a lead, 30,451. Donald Trump's lead in Michigan right now, 30,400 plus, 48.1% to 46.8% for Hillary Clinton. 16 electoral votes, very important electoral states, votes at stake in Michigan. In Wisconsin, 58% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead there, almost 60,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton, 49.1% to 45.7%. 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. Both of these campaigns desperately anxious to win both of these states. So John, who would have thought at this late hour we'd be talking about Wisconsin and Michigan?
And I'm looking at Wayne County again. This is where Detroit is. And you see Secretary Clinton's lead here. That's what, 136 plus 3, so 139. I'm going to look at the numbers to make sure I get them exactly right. Mitt Romney, Barack Obama race 4 years ago, Wolf. Just want to make sure I get these numbers right, because Democrats are saying, can we pull this one out tonight? It was 381,000. So we got 40% still to count. 667. That was the margin. This is, we're going to talk about this in Philadelphia when we go back to Pennsylvania. Democrats need to run it up. 381,000. Now, we've got 40% of the precincts still to count. So we've got a lot of votes that still come in, and they could come in from inner city Detroit, and maybe we'll get there. But 381,000 plus, she's way short where we are right now. So the question is, can she get here? Can she get here as we get there, as we pull this back out? We're up to 49% of the vote now, and 48, 46. Is it doable? Is the math doable? Yes. We're still looking for votes here. We'll see a long way to go. But this is going to come down to turnout right here in Wayne County, Michigan, and
just screen Michigan right now to see where the outstanding vote is. And we can do this. This is 75% or less of the vote has already been counted.
All right, so you pull back to the state now. So you're looking at places, and again, so if you're a Republican, you're looking and you're saying there are a lot of Republican votes that come in here, and that's what they're thinking in the Trump campaign, that even if they come in with the last 40% and it's overwhelming, in the Trump campaign, they're saying, look, we got a lot of votes to get here. Now, these are small counties, but, again, you're at 63%, and that's, 4,000 plus, 43. So he's going to get some more here. He's going to get at least hundreds more, maybe 1,000 more. You look at here, Donald Trump's going to get more here. Again, if the margin holds up. There's no guarantee the margins stay the same. We don't know the precincts that are out. But if you notice a pattern through these counties, Donald Trump's getting 50 plus, and some of them he's getting 55, 38% of the vote in, 61% of the vote in. So you pull this back out, there are a lot of Republican votes. still to come in if the counties keep trending the way they are right now. Again, no guarantee of that. But when you start to get this far up in the state, and so this comes down, this state and perhaps the presidency comes down to Wayne County, Michigan at the moment, where we are at 58% of the vote, and Hillary Clinton is well shy of the margin Democrats need out of Detroit to help them offset gains elsewhere. And again, Wolf, we're consistently seeing this. She is underperforming in the Democratic base areas.
All right, we have another major projection right now. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will carry the state of North Carolina with its 15 electoral votes. Another important win for Donald Trump in the state of North Carolina. 93% of the vote is in. You see he's up by more than 220,000 votes. Donald Trump carries North Carolina. So let's take a look at the electoral map, where it stands right now with this win for Donald Trump in North Carolina. Hillary Clinton is ahead, but slightly. She has 190 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 186 electoral votes, 270. That's the number you need to win the White House. You see the blue states are the states for Hillary Clinton, the red states, the state for Donald Trump. All those yellow states, by the way, too early to call. We are not yet able to make projections in those states. But Jake, this is a huge win for Donald Trump in North Carolina.
It's big. The Trump people were competing hard for it. It's a state that Donald Trump put his heart and soul into. President Obama won it in 2008. He lost it to Mitt Romney in 2012. And I think, just to give you an idea of how this night is going compared to how the Clinton campaign thought it was going to go, we were reporting, Jeff Zeleny, one of our Clinton campaign reporters, said that Robbie Mook, the Clinton campaign manager, was saying that North Carolina was so tight it was going to be down to the wire. It might not even be called tonight. Well, it's 11:09, and we just called it. That says to me that their projections were off, and their voter data file was wrong, and people came out to vote and vote for Donald Trump that they didn't think were going to.
That's right. And look, when we begin to see the exit polls about the demographics and how these votes turned out the way they did, we'll see what really made this happen. But just in my experience being in North Carolina, Hillary Clinton had trouble with millennials. We saw the voting that showed that she was having trouble with the African American vote, and clearly, as we are seeing in other states, even those that are traditionally blue, never mind the purple North Carolina, he has really boosted the white vote, particularly among white working class voters. North Carolina, as you said, went for it's really a swing state. Went for President Obama in 2008, for Mitt Romney in 2012. Donald Trump is keeping it red.
One thing that we're going to also need to look at as we all come and analyze the night, or after it passes, is the effect of the third-party candidates. Gary Johnson, the Libertarian, Jill Stein, the Green Party candidate, Evan McMullin, the Independent candidate. What role did they play? What votes would have gone to Trump or Clinton, but instead went to them? That was always one of the wild cards that pollsters were talking about, that there were so many undecided voters and third-party voters that made this race unpredictable. Turns out that might have had a bigger effect than we thought, in addition to the Trump effect.
Let's go over to John King. John, let's get back to Michigan and Wisconsin. These two states potentially could make the difference who's going to be the next president of the United States.
At the moment, they're leaning in favor of Donald Trump. We got some more votes to count. 60% in Wisconsin, 49 to 46. You start to look at that lead, that's 3-point lead, that's a healthy lead in a battleground state. The question is what's left, and it's get a little bit redundant this time of the night because we're waiting for this to come in, and so we're waiting. And so here's, this is what the Clinton War Room tells you. They say they're concerned, not panicked, because they think there are a lot more votes here, but we're up to 60% of the vote here. Yes, she's winning Dane County overwhelmingly so. The question is, can you keep that margin when the other 40% comes in? And actually, they probably need to lift it up a little bit to pull that back up. Where else are you looking for Democratic votes? You want to come down here to Rock County, 3% of the state population, but you're up to 94. Again, a place that she's winning not by as much as she is Dane County, but you're looking in the Democratic areas. And so just as we talked about Wayne County, Michigan, we're going to talk about Milwaukee County, Wisconsin, but it's at 87%, Wolf. And so, we don't know what's out. We'll have our people call and see which precincts are out, what can possibly be left. But even if you get a big boost in the final votes here, you're starting to look at a situation where there are still, as we go through some of these rural areas, where Donald Trump is winning and winning healthy. I know they're small, but again, if you're winning by that margin and you only have 61% of the vote, well, then you're guaranteed you're going to add a couple hundred or 1,000 to your count. You move over here, you're going to add a couple hundred or 1,000 to your count. And so if you're going through these and you're looking at it, you're looking at Donald Trump and you're saying we keep focusing on are there enough votes left for Hillary Clinton? Well, in Wisconsin, there are a lot of votes left to be counted. Only at 60%, and a lot of those votes are in Republican areas. And I'm going to do this all night just to show you what is happening to the map. Because, this is number 8 for me in a presidential race, and you look at a state like this that has just been lock solid blue. Yeah. Nobody thinks the Republicans always say we're going to go in there. Even Mitt Romney with his running mate, Paul Ryan from Wisconsin, couldn't win it 4 years ago, right? But look at all this blue. Just look at all the blue, and that's 4 years ago. Look at all that red. That's small town America, that's blue collar America, and right now Donald Trump is winning. I want to come back because you can see this even here. We haven't called Pennsylvania. It's relatively close. There are people in the Trump war room who think they can still pull out Pennsylvania. Let me show you why. Number one, we're up to 94% in Philadelphia. Right? Now again, we still have to count and see what comes left. That number could jump quite substantially. But she needed 430, 450,000 is what they would like. Even though she's at, that's 420 there? That's 420,000 votes right there. That's a pretty healthy lead out of Philadelphia. But Donald Trump is keeping it as close-ish in the suburban areas, but Erie County, blue collar Erie County. Look at that. Now, that's supposed to be, if you're a Democrat, that's supposed to be blue. I want to show you something else. This is Scranton, Pennsylvania. Joe Biden's hometown, Lackawanna County. President Obama got 63% with Joe Biden on the ticket. The scrappy kid from Scranton, right? 63%? 50%. Donald Trump's getting 100% of the vote. Yeah, 100% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is getting 47% in this part of the state. Give props to the guy across the room, Jeffrey Lord. He talked about this. He thought that the margins in these places would be smaller than normal. And you start coming into these areas and looking, 51% Lehigh County, 51 to 44. Go back 4 years ago, 53. That's not quite as bad as you look through there, but
even Pennsylvania, right? Even where the outstanding vote remains.
Even that point or two in those blue collar counties, she has to, because of this, because the rest of this state is so Republican, in the places that all have the Democrats have to run it up, and she's not running it up. So let's go back and look. Let's just take this back. Let's just put it in 80, around 80% there. That's 81%. So we're looking at the places that have not reached 81% of the vote count. And so let me just move it over a little bit so you can see it. A lot of them are Republican. Now we're still looking at this. There's some votes here, and we're, somewhere out of, even though Philadelphia is above 90%, you get more votes because it's the big city. But again, these smaller places, you're not going to come in with a ton of votes, but you're going to come in with, at 59%, you got a 2,000 vote cushion there, so it's reasonable to assume, if the margins continue, that the Trump campaign, they're sitting in their war room saying, we're going to pull in a lot more votes here, and we don't think we're pushing in Philadelphia, and we don't think our margin in places like Scranton and Allentown are enough. There's logic to that. Let's see, we still have to count the votes. But as we focus on what is the emergency in the Clinton campaign right now, which is Michigan and Wisconsin, let's keep an eye on Pennsylvania as the late votes come in. This is Michigan on what's left. And again, most of the outstanding vote in Michigan is in areas that at the moment is coming in Republican.
He's ahead by 58,000 votes with 52% of the vote.
58,000 votes.
Basically got our own TV station.
So we come in here. Again, this is only 58%, which sounds like a lot, but this is your biggest area. We're going to wait. We're going to wait and see. The Clinton campaign says our people are telling us we have some votes here. You start to get skeptical when you get up around 60%, but let's see what happens. I've seen this happen. You've seen states. We just went through it in Virginia. You can see a state that looks like it's going one way, and then all of a sudden, a big basket of votes comes in and it goes. But not the Clinton campaign. I think David Axelrod said it earlier. We've been saying for weeks that it's Donald Trump that has to draw to an inside straight. As we get into the 11 o'clock hour and later, it is now Hillary Clinton who has to draw perhaps to an inside straight flush, because she has to turn around Michigan and she has to turn around Wisconsin, and she has to hold on to Pennsylvania as the vote count goes there. And as we look, I just want to go back down so we can see the entire state. In the state of Wisconsin, as you look at the vote here, again, 62%. It's a 2-point race, 2.4 race. You're trying to figure out where the rest of it is. We'll keep looking. Still some votes to count in Dane County. Back to Wolf for projections.
We got another major projection right now. And CNN projects Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Oregon with 7 electoral votes for the win for Hillary Clinton in Oregon. In Nebraska, earlier we projected Donald Trump would get 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. They divide up their electoral votes according to the congressional districts. Now we're going to give them 4 out of those 5 electoral votes in the state of Nebraska. As a result, let's take a look at the map, the Electoral College map, to see where things stand right now. Hillary Clinton's still ahead. She has 197 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 187 electoral votes. 270 needed to win the White House. All those yellow states, still too early to call in those states. No projections yet. Hillary Clinton wins Oregon. Donald Trump gets another electoral vote in Nebraska, too.
And so far, he's racking up almost all the states he needs. I mean, he's won Ohio, North Carolina. I don't know what's going to happen in Florida, but he was leading last time I saw there. You know, the path for Hillary Clinton to win is still there. But it's problematic. If I can bring up my screen here just to show, she still needs Pennsylvania, she still needs New Hampshire, and she still needs Michigan. But even with those states, we still have the question of Wisconsin, and what's going to happen with Wisconsin. They are now subtracting votes that were given to her automatically in all of the Electoral College projections. Nobody anticipated, including, as we were just talking about, Republicans, including the Trump campaign. They were going to have a rally, I think it was Saturday or Sunday, in Wisconsin, and they pulled out because they thought they were down 5 or 6 points. We still don't know what's going to happen in Wisconsin, but they are exceeding their own expectations.
And she never stepped foot in the state of Wisconsin since winning the Democratic nomination. That's how confident they were in the state of Wisconsin. I'm just looking at an email from Hillary Clinton aide insisting on Wisconsin. All of Madison is very well is out. They say all of Milwaukee. And John was showing in Michigan, they still think that they have a chance of boosting the numbers in Detroit. So those 2 states are very much in play. But come on, we're talking about Wisconsin and Michigan right now. The other interesting point is that those states that did not win in the Democratic primary.
Right.
So it appears that not only was Donald Trump's support strong, but her Democratic base didn't entirely come home.
And in fact, in exit polls,
it's still early, but I'm nervous. I'm not sure who you're going for. I'll respect whatever it is.
We've been talking because we've all been trusting polls that we've all been talking about what's going to happen to the Republican Party and the blood.
I second that.
Who's going to lead the Republican Party and all that. Again, completely wrong. It's the Democratic Party that's going to have this fight.
Take a look at Michigan right now. Donald Trump's lead has just dropped right now. What is it, about 25,000 votes that he's ahead of Hillary Clinton right now. So it's narrowing a bit.
She could still absolutely pull out a victory and still end up being the next president.
We're having a good time anyway.
With the fact
it's kind of fun doing the live thing.
As of right now, in these Rust Belt states, has been so challenged, shall we say. I think it's fair to say that the Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren wing of the Democratic Party is going to be emboldened and stronger, and Democrats are going to be saying, what went wrong? Even if Hillary Clinton wins tonight, which seems less probable by the hour.
Linda, I see you're on. If you want to say hello to Nancy. Hello, Linda. Dad just typed in the comments. She'd love to hear from you.
Was exactly the argument that Bernie Sanders made successfully. The reason why he gave such a run for money during the entire Democratic primary season, and why there was such a clarion call early on by those people in the Democratic base for an Elizabeth Warren to get into the
Michael Moore, the progressive filmmaker, was on my show about a week ago from Michigan. And he was terrified, and I said, well, what about the polls that show her up in Michigan and Wisconsin? He said, I don't believe any of those Rust Belt polls. I don't think they know how to poll the Rust Belt. Remember what happened in the primaries.
I would love to go to bed myself, but I'm not sure if I could sleep.
Primary, and Bernie Sanders.
Can I just add one other element here? You touched on it earlier about the RNC, the Republican National Committee, working during the non-election years after the big loss in 2012.
But I don't go into work until late tomorrow. I don't start work until
Michigan and Wisconsin were 2 of those states. Wisconsin probably not surprisingly because it's the home
state. Requested it, they granted it. It's getting closer and closer.
Women's being as great as they are.
So it's still a race. It's still very much of a race.
No, she needs to win Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire.
Yep.
It's still possible. It's just much closer than anyone thought it was going to be.
Yeah, but my point of it there was that there's a ground game that Republicans have built even before there was any nominee, and it seems to be coming
Cliffhangers in Michigan and Wisconsin. These two states could decide who's going to be the next president of the United States. We'll be right back.
So you're there.
What did you don't go?
You're there. You got anything to talk?
It's going down.
You got anything to say? Oh, you do? I was joking. Most people here are terrible singers like me. They wouldn't want if I sung a song, the internet would crash. The whole internet would go down. I crashed the whole banking system. Now the banks, everything would be, everything would go. I don't want to cause damage to our country like somebody singing. The whole country would collapse. It won't need Trump to kill the country. I would do it for him.
This season, start a new tradition. Experience the power of infinity now, with Lisa starting at 3:19.
I would actually just tease the guy because I'm going to ladies. I would go with it.
The sound is taking Tony where it all started.
Okay, we are in the choir.
Anthony Bourdain Parts Unknown. Sunday at 9 on CNN.
Isn't it time for a home makeover? It's the Comfort Windows Ultimate Home Makeover Sweepstakes. Your chance to win a $25,000 home makeover plus installation. Just imagine new energy-efficient windows, new siding, a new bathroom, a freshly remodeled basement, or much more. Last year, Comfort Windows gave Amy from Phoenix, New York, an amazing home makeover. This could be you. Visit any Comfort Windows showroom or enter online at cablesweepstakes.com for your chance to win a $25,000 Comfort Windows home makeover.
Hi, Joe. So I was going to say hi to Joe there, too. I don't think we met. Maybe we have. I'm terrible with names and faces.
You don't stand a chance.
But it's nice to have you.
I was talking about TheraBreath.
Of course.
In your breath. TheraBreath mouthwash once in the morning and once again at night to instantly knock out bad breath and help restore confidence.
TheraBreath products are available at pharmacies, supermarkets, and supercenters.
There's a lot of garlic.
This is Life with Lisa Lane. New episodes Sundays at 10 on CNN.
Get into the fun part.
We've got a key race alert. Let's check in all the key battleground states. Cliffhanger going on here in Michigan right now. 56% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Donald Trump has a lead of 14,000 over Hillary Clinton, 47% to 47.2%. There are 16 electoral votes in Michigan. It's so close. In Wisconsin,
I'm going to give you a quick example. Let me turn the lights off. We got like
66,000 votes ahead of Hillary Clinton, 49.1% to 45.8%, 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. In New Hampshire, 64% of the vote is in. Trump has a lead of 9,300 votes over Hillary Clinton, 48.2% to 46.2%, 4 electoral votes in New Hampshire.
We're here.
He is leading in Iowa.
This is our lighting that we put in case we
Donald Trump is ahead by 32,600
get some kind of a victory or something. We thought it would make it kind of neat to have a special effect.
4 key states
holiday
right now.
event. She may have seen it on TV.
Those states are very decisive.
And she has closed the gap in Michigan. What we've been saying, what we're waiting for the Democratic areas. The question is, we're still only at 57% of the vote in Michigan.
All it is a laser light.
Within a 1-point race
and
of each
it really,
other.
really
And so
illuminates everything.
you start looking, you say, where are they? You go out here to Kalamazoo, 96%. With some votes came in here that put boosted up.
So that's where the
big
light
waiting
is.
for us over here in the Detroit area. And this is why this is so important. We're up to 72% now. But she's starting to stretch the lead here. And what we were told from the Clinton campaign war room and Democratic labor activists on the ground.
Until we get later, and they're going to turn the light back on, so because it's hard to see us. You know, with that. But if something big happens later, then I'm going to, at the celebration, then I was going to
49 to 46, if you round that up. 65%
I wish I had a
of the vote.
spotlight. If I had like a
Campaign
spotlight
to
you
start
put on
running.
us,
What are we looking for?
you can have the
Let's
lights
come
off
down
there,
to Milwaukee
and the
County,
stars and
17% roughly the
have a
state
little
population.
spotlight and a
We're 87% county-wide.
But
Again, what we're being told
not quite that
from the
advanced
Clinton
there.
Bureau, and so that's consider the source. But what they're telling us is there are only 15, 18 precincts from Milwaukee proper have reported there are 300 plus in the city of Milwaukee. And so they're saying that their core-based Democratic vote has not been reported yet. If it comes in and the turnout is good in big numbers, it's enough to make up for some of this gap. That's Milwaukee County. We'll come back statewide now. So they are saying that they believe it's still mathematically possible. We'll believe it when we see it, but that's what they say. And we still have votes to count. I don't know that I trust their numbers. I'll let them spin their own numbers. But if you look at it, yes, that's conceded. They need to perform at near perfect levels with the remaining votes to make that up. Nevada is shaded blue at the moment. We're at 51% of the vote. 50% of the vote, excuse me. We're at 52 if you round that up to 43. This is where this is going to matter the most down here. This is where the Democrats believe they had a very successful early voting operation. 53 to 41. I just want to go back in time for comparison to look. 56 to 42. So that wait
What
to
you
see
do
when
is you
it
look
comes
at the
in.
tablet,
This is
look at the camera on the top.
very early in Clark County. So you're just getting the early voting in.
What you was telling you is we've been married for 4 years.
What has to happen here?
Our 4-year anniversary was June 30th, so it's just been a little over 4
We got a ways
years.
to go in Nevada. And
And
again,
even though we've been married for 4 years, we
the
have been
country,
together
the
for
world, focus
25
on
years.
Michigan and Wisconsin. We'll see what happens as we get closer.
We
to
know
these.
each other,
If
knew
she
each
can come
other
back in
pretty
Michigan,
well
where she
when we
is
got
right now,
married.
then these smaller states, Iowa was blue earlier. Donald Trump's now leading in Iowa. That had been blue in the early count. Donald Trump has pulled ahead in Iowa. I was just in touch with the Democrat and a Republican in the state of Iowa. They're pretty confident both of them. The Democrats are discouraged by this. Don't get me wrong. But they believe Donald Trump is going to win Iowa. As he won Ohio. Those are the two states. These are two Obama states that Donald Trump looks like he's poised to flip. So we could come down to out here in Nevada, and we're still counting the votes in New Hampshire. That's 64%, 48 to 46. This is going to be key. We still have absolutely nothing from Nashua, just shy of 7% of the state population. This is a big Democratic area. If Secretary Clinton performs at or near where President Obama did, because we've seen so many examples tonight of places where she has not, in places where there are considerable Democrats.
Let's go to Pennsylvania right now.
Just want to check one more quickly over here. Along the coast here, we have nothing. This is a Democratic area of New Hampshire, and we still have nothing.
Closer to Boston.
Right, and yes, closer to Boston, a liberal tradition out there. And so as you
We
watch this right now,
may not be
in some
here
world,
until the
you're happy
end.
with what you see, but
I
we're not
mean,
done.
I have to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow for work. I can go on a limited amount of sleep for a special occasion.
47.6%,
And then I do have to go in and I don't start work until 1, but with a bus, I gotta get up at 8
There was a little time
o'clock.
earlier tonight. I
So
go back and forth
I'm
from the map for
figuring
national. There was
I
a time
can
where it
stay
flipped
up
red, then went back
probably
blue
until
within a matter of seconds
1,
as the votes get adjusted
2
to the
o'clock at
system.
the
So what are you
very
looking at here
latest.
in Pennsylvania? Number one, again here, we're up to 96% now.
Because I
And she's
feel
up in
that
that area. I told you
I'm
you
so
might get
into this. I'm
430,
going to go with that
440
rate now
That's
without
critical.
knowing more.
That's
I'm
the
gonna lay
figure
in
that they
bed,
needed. You got to be over
and I'm
400,000
gonna lay in bed, and
prefer to
I'm
be
going
closer to
to not be
450,000.
able
So
to
that's
sleep.
quote unquote the right number if you're a Democrat. So you get that out of Philadelphia, then the question is how do you perform?
The only knockout pills that I know that we have is the
59%
hammer.
to 57%. So she's doing it percentage-wise. The question is, you look at the turnout, 90% of the vote is in there. Let's move over to Bucks County. This is always the
But
closest.
I
This is
can
49.
live one day of
48 is
going
my
on
memory,
like,
50 to 49,
a little bit less sleep, and then I just
This
do
is
that
the closer of the
tomorrow.
blue collar of the suburbs, and so that is getting tough.
I
The question is,
guarantee
the
I won't
Democrats
be
make
the
it up.
only
This used
one
to
that
be
will be a
the
little
more Republican,
tomorrow.
more affluent county, and you go out there, Hillary Clinton's doing well with 70% of the vote here. So we have a ways to go here. The reason this is so close, the reason this is so close in what has been a rock-solid Democratic field for so long, number one, Erie County. That should be a Democratic county. Donald Trump winning there.
Which I will.
Allegheny County, let's see, this one is about where it's
I have a
supposed
very
to be if
good
you're a Democrat,
attendance
56,
record.
47, 42. So Hillary Clinton did well there. Just the other day, she was there twice, I think, in the last week of the campaign. This one's going to be embarrassing personally to the Vice President of the United States. He was there many times. and you see 50 to 46. That's actually pretty strong. It's not a huge vote center, the Scranton area, but this is a traditional, big Democratic area. But again, in a close state like this, if you underperform in the places where you know you have your votes, that's what happens. So we're going to pull this out right now. We're at 81%. This is a squeaker. We're still going to have to go here and count. And I just want to check. About 75,000 votes. I just want to check. So you look at these smaller counties as you go through the state. Most of them are so most of them we have a ways to go yet here as well. So if you're the Clinton campaign, this was supposed to be locked up like that. You're thinking, this is supposed to be a big 5-point lead. These and this is supposed to be locked up, and they are not. I just want to check back to see, constantly checking to see if the percentage goes up. We're still at 57%. Again, this is a very close race. At the moment, it's a lot like Virginia, where she was able to come back. The question now is she's pulled into position where she's on the same lap of the track now, where she was a couple laps behind most of the evening. We'll see if she can close the rest of the gap. But again, if she's going to do it, it's going to be in places like this. Oakland County, most of the vote is in. This is an area, that's a good sign. If you're Secretary, just one quick second. This is Flint. Genesee County is where Flint is. Big African American community. Remember during the primary campaign, she drove down out here to campaign. This is a good sign if you're in the Clinton war room. Only 37% of the vote counted here. She thinks she's going to do better in Genesee.
All right, so let's say they split these two states. Hillary Clinton wins Michigan. Donald Trump wins Wisconsin. What's their respective road to 270?
Well, here's the map where we started the night, right? And so you just said you want her winning Michigan. Let's make that one again. You think Donald Trump wins Wisconsin for the sake of argument. What happens there? It takes her down from where she started the night, number one.
Give her North Carolina.
258.
Yeah, North Carolina.
Donald Trump. That one has to go to Trump.
Give him North Carolina.
He gets North Carolina. He gets Florida. Then we're a tie with these states that we're still looking at. The expectation is that Donald Trump will win here, and she will win here. We're not there yet, but doesn't that look like 260? Yeah, exactly. 269 to 264.
Give her New Hampshire.
How are we doing New Hampshire?
Give her New Hampshire.
Now we're missing two votes.
Yeah.
We're missing the congressional district in Nebraska and the congressional district in Maine, the second congressional district in Maine. The one up here, we were thinking, leans Donald Trump. We'll count the votes as they come in. The one in Nebraska, I haven't seen the latest projections on that one. But this is not the race that I think most people thought we were going to have tonight. It's not the race we have at the moment, but it is a perfectly reasonable calculation that as we brew a little bit more coffee past the midnight hour and the 1 o'clock hour, the 2 o'clock hour, this is a remarkably competitive race. So let's go back and let's take a look at some of these states. Just the fun part about this, counting the live votes, is while you're having a conversation about one thing, often you get a change in the map. So let's look up here. 68% now in the state of Wisconsin, leading right there. So we'll keep counting the wolf in Wisconsin, Michigan, and New Hampshire as we have, shall we say, a cliffhanger, to say the least.
All right, we have another major projection right now. Take a look at this. And CNN projects Donald Trump will carry the state of Florida. With its 29 electoral votes, Donald Trump wins Florida. For Donald Trump, that's his second home.
That's
in
29
Florida.
electoral votes.
Plus 29 electoral votes. He's ahead right now with 98% of the vote in by more than 131,000 votes. A big win for Donald Trump in Florida. He predicted he would win Florida. He has won Florida. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map right now. You see, Donald Trump has taken the lead. He has 216 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 197 electoral votes. 270 needed to win the White House. It's a big, big win for Donald Trump in Florida. Jake and Dan, a lot of people didn't think that Donald Trump would be able to do it. He did it in Florida.
He did. Huge prize, 29 electoral votes. We're in second home is Mar-a-Lago. Let us also just point out, when you were doing the map with John just a second ago, you were very close to 269 to 269 times. That is entirely possible. It is not crazy at all. I don't think they do it, but
And go to 269, 269 times. We go to the new House of Representatives.
And the other thing, as you point out, is that there are those two states that give out electoral votes according to congressional districts. And if Donald Trump picks up that one in Maine, the Maine's second congressional district, then that's 270. And so all those trips to Maine that he took, that he made, actually may end up being crucial. And we should, this is not over for Hillary Clinton or for Donald Trump. This is, as John said, this is a cliffhanger. We really have no idea what's going to happen here. I haven't seen a race this close since Al Gore and George W. Bush in 2000. It really could theoretically come down to one state or even one congressional district.
Speaking of 2000, I think we should take a moment and talk about Florida. Because, as you said, it was something that Donald Trump said he was going to win, said he needed to win. It looks like he obviously projected that he has won it. And it just shows that there are big questions as to who this electorate is. Because, looking at the early vote, part of the reason why Democrats were so bullish about Florida and part of the reason why Republicans were so pessimistic was because of what they saw was a big surge in the Latino vote. So at the end of the day, we'll see what that Latino vote was, particularly newly bigger Puerto Rican areas in the I-4 corridor. And if that surge really happened, and if it did, which way did they vote?
Yeah. And I mean, I think it's fair to say that all these states are much closer than anybody anticipated.
Let's take a look at the vote in Michigan right now, because Michigan and Wisconsin, these two states are shaping up as critical. Right now, 59% of the vote is in Michigan, and Donald Trump maintains a lead of almost 30,000 votes over Hillary Clinton at 48%. She has 47%. Still, 40% of the vote outstanding, 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. And let's take a look at Wisconsin right now. These are the two states that could be decisive. 70% of the vote is in. Trump still maintains a lead of over 69,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 49% to 45.8%. Another 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin. Let's go over to John King. John, Wisconsin and Michigan. Let's talk about the best Hillary Clinton can do right now, because in the electoral college we're talking.
In the electoral college,
I wouldn't worry about New York.
Let's just check the results real quick. 59%, 1 point race right there. And again, we're waiting. This is all going to come down to what's left here in Wayne County. There are some other votes to come in, but this is the biggest outstanding vote total right there. We're going to watch that. Let's just check over here real quick. Up to 70% right now. This is state. The Trump campaign keeps telling us, and they tell us they're all, most of them, not all of them, they tell us most of them are here. We're up to 87%. They're telling us in essentially the center city, Milwaukee, there are a lot of precincts yet to come. We'll see that math when it comes in, but we're at 87% in the county. So when that math comes in, it has to be overwhelming to make up that. That's a big lead. So you want to do this through from an electoral college perspective. Let's come up here. And again, this is, let me refresh this map just so we get it right. This is where we started the night with projected Hillary Clinton at 268, but Donald Trump has won Florida. Donald Trump has won North Carolina. Donald Trump keeps Ohio. And so where does that get Donald Trump right now? Virginia, we're leaning. Right now, we're not done in Virginia. We leaned it Democratic coming into the night, so just leave it there for now as we go through this. Let's assume...
Virginia, we called for her earlier.
Virginia, we called, so she keeps that. So let's assume for the sake of argument, when we get there, we'll see if these two stay where we think they're going to end up, and we're having a night where sometimes what we expected hasn't happened. So it's true, but let's be candid. But the early returns suggest to us that that's going to happen. Let's see what happens. That has Clinton at 274 and a 259. And this has always been the challenge for Donald Trump. Can you flip a big blue? Well, at the moment, he's leading.
Wisconsin.
You want to flip Wisconsin, right? I was going to go with Michigan, but there you go. If you do that, 269, Trump, 264, with the state of New Hampshire still out there, where he leads right now. It's a lot of Democratic votes out, so let's just play it out both ways. If she wins it, 268, with 2 congressional districts we have to bring into play. That's exactly how we thought the night was going to go. If he wins it, 273, assuming he wins with the state of Wisconsin, that gives him Wisconsin. Michigan, 16, that one's 10. So if they split these, how they split them is hugely significant to the electoral college count, because the 6 will make a big difference, especially now that we expect, and these 4. I said, if you get 10 here, 4 there, we're into interesting math. So let's go back as we play out all the scenarios. Let's just go back and take a look. And so what are we curious about? Number one, we're curious about this. We're up to 70%, and we're still waiting on the same. We're waiting on Center City, Milwaukee. Let's move next door. Michigan, we're up to 60%. And this one is in a closer state here. And so, Wolf, we have Michigan, Wisconsin, New Hampshire still counting, and some others. We got a ways to go.
All right, we have another projection right now. And CNN projects that Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Washington. Washington state with its 12 electoral votes will go to Hillary Clinton. She's ahead, you see, in the poll and the actual vote count in Washington state. We project all 12 electoral votes will go to Hillary Clinton in Washington state. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, where it stands with her win in Washington state. Donald Trump still is ahead. He has 216 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 209 electorals. Very close, 216, 209. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. You see all those yellow states there. Those are still the states where we have not made projections. Too early to call in those states. We're counting the numbers, watching the numbers very, very closely in those states. This is a real nail biter that's going on right now in this race for the White House. Let's go over to John King. Take a close, we have about 12 states to go, John, where we have not yet been able to make projections.
And so what I do sometimes when you walk away is to try to have a little, just looking ahead. This is Maine's 2nd congressional district. It's the largest portion of the state north of my little squiggly line. That's not exact, but I looked at the House district. If you look, see, this is the House district here. It's a Republican House district. Maine splits its electoral votes by congressional district. It's a Republican district. That doesn't mean it goes Republican for president, but that's the way we thought it was going to go. And so we're looking right now as the votes. We don't know yet. We still got a lot of votes to count up here.
58% of the vote is in, and she is ahead, 48.9% to 44%.
Statewide, but it's heavily Democratic in the smaller southern portion of the state. It's more conservative up here. That doesn't mean it'll go that way, but as we watch this one play out.
That's one electoral vote that's at stake in Maine, where they divide up their electoral votes according to congressional districts. Nebraska, there's a congressional district that's still up in the air in Omaha, Nebraska right now.
Correct. And so this is where, these are usually the quirks of the night, where you're saying somebody gets one, you're having a debate about it, somebody get one more, somebody get one less. They may not be quirks tonight, they may be absolutely essential. This is the Nebraska congressional district. It's essentially these two counties, Omaha, which is Democratic, which she's leading right now, and then just to the south, in Sarpy County, where he's leading right now. And this is, so we'll have to do the math, and we have people out on our decision desk who are drawing, I drew a general line around the congressional district. We have people on our decision desk who are honing in on this very closely. If you just do the rough math of her leading here by, that's a little shy of 9,000 votes there. He's leading here by more than that. So if you're looking at it right now, ballpark, it looks like he's a little ahead in this district, but we're not there yet. So that's our decision desk people will be going deep into that. But this is where we are in this race. This race is now surprisingly tight, incredibly tight, where we could be looking at these congressional districts in the states that divvy up their electoral votes that way. We'll get to that. We're doing a little advanced work on that now. We'll get to that depending on what happens here. I'm going to clear this so the squiggly lines don't distract people. I'm going to start with the smaller one first. We're up to 66% now in New Hampshire. Donald Trump's lead has been holding steady, but that's not a huge lead. What do we got, 12,000 votes there? A little shy of 12,000 votes there. And again, if you've been with us all night, ride right along the ocean. It's beautiful if you've never been to that part of New Hampshire. Portsmouth, this is a bigger area here. It's a big Democratic area. Just to remind you, President Obama ran it up really big here. And so there are, if she gets them, and that's become a recurring theme, that's a Democratic area. I want to come over here. We also have nothing out of Nashua City, which is 6.6, close to 7% of the state population.
What did President Obama
This is another big area for President Obama, 56% of the vote. So when you look at the statewide vote total in New Hampshire, let's come back to 2016, there are places where there is more than enough room. We did get some Hanover. Hanover came in 100% of the vote. See a place like that where she's getting 85% of the vote. President Obama got 75% of the vote. So if she performed how she had to perform up there. If she does that in these outstanding Democratic areas, now we still have a lot of small towns. You see there's a lot of small towns. Let's just go, but a lot of them are blue. See, you see all down here is empty right now. So there's a lot of Democrat on the map in New Hampshire if it performs like it did 4 years ago. And we've seen a problem for Secretary Clinton. So we'll watch this one. But you have a narrow Trump lead, but there's more than enough opportunity if she delivers for Clinton to get New Hampshire. And those four could become absolutely critical. Every time I pull back to the national map, I'm looking to see if one of these flips, because that is the story of the night. This tug of war we are in, this cliffhanger we are in, will be decided by whether or not one or both of these flips back to blue as we get closer in the count. So let's again go back to Michigan. This is an inchworm here. We've gone from 57 to 60 in 35, 45 minutes. So we're inching up very slowly. That's still a substantial lead. Still a substantial lead. So I'm going to go through from the smaller to the larger Democratic area, we're up to 96% here, so there's not much. There may be some votes there for Secretary Clinton to make up, but not a lot. Let's come over here. We still have some votes here. Again, not the most populous area, but there are some Democratic votes there. And then the biggest deciding factor will be here in Wayne County, where again, we're up to 77% precincts reporting. What we are told by the Clinton campaign is that they believe what's yet to report is the heart of the Democratic base, the African-American base, the inner city, center city of Detroit. That's what they're telling us. We'll see when the votes come in. And we've been waiting a long time, and this is not atypical. Wayne County, we've been through this many nights, you and I, Wolf, and the rest of us. Wayne County is always, in Michigan, it's always late, if not last. And so you look up here again, the rest of the suburbs are starting to come in, 87%. In the Trump campaign, they're going to be very happy with this if it sticks, but we're up to nearly 40% of the vote in Macomb County. This is an area at 54-41. Again, when you go back in time, President Obama carried this. I mean, and this is in the history books. This is where the birthplace of the Reagan Democrat. This has been studied back in the 80s. This is where all the political scientists, all the pollsters, deeply studied this area for the union voters who became Democrats. Who became Republicans, who defied their own union and party leadership, who told them to vote a Democrat and supported Ronald Reagan. Will there be Trump Democrats after this election? That'll be one of the conversations that we have. We're going to have that conversation anyway, because the map is changing. Even if these states flip back, they are remarkably competitive, and we're learning an important lesson tonight as we continue to watch this. So 60% in Michigan, still a narrow Trump lead. 72% now in Wisconsin, and a narrow Trump lead. 2 Rust Belt states, Wolf. They're going to keep us up late. Very competitive.
We have another projection to make right now, an important projection. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will carry the state of Georgia with its 16 electoral votes. 84% of the vote is in. You see Donald Trump has a lead of more than 228,000 votes. Donald Trump wins Georgia. Donald Trump carries that important state. So let's take a look at where the Electoral College map stands right now. With the win in Georgia, Donald Trump is ahead. He moves closer to 270. He's got 232 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 209, 270. Once again, the magic number. Donald Trump carries Georgia, an important win for him. You see all those red states. Those are states that Donald Trump has carried. The blue states are the states that Hillary Clinton has carried. The yellow states, no projection yet in those states. Very, very close contest. Anderson, over to you.
Well, thanks very much. We talked about this being a historic night early on, and it is certainly turning out to be that in a lot of different ways. David Axelrod, what did everybody get wrong? I mean, the polls were just wrong.
Just the numbers. Now, look, you look at the exit polls, whether they got the top line numbers right or not. What is clear is there was a hunger for change among a lot of Americans, and those who felt strongly about, those who were angered and disenchanted with government, overwhelmingly were supporting Donald Trump, notwithstanding the fact that 2/3 of them said that they didn't think that he had the temperament or the qualifications for it. This was a primal scream on the part of a lot of voters who are disenchanted with the status quo, and Hillary Clinton. I always say, and we don't know how this is going to turn out, so I'm not trying to impute things here that I don't want to, but my operative phrase as a consultant was, you're never as smart as you look when you win, you're never as dumb as you look when you lose. You look back now at the things that Donald Trump has been doing with his time in terms of where he's campaigning and hammering away relentlessly at the message of Hillary Clinton's 30 years, and it has found an audience, and that's what's made this race close. And you look at these rural areas in all these states, county after county, he is outperforming Mitt Romney dramatically, and she's underperforming President Obama dramatically.
And, in every interview with Kellyanne Conway, she talked about sort of hidden Trump voters. A lot of Trump supporters were saying that. It seems like they were right all along.
Tonight, I've been talking to somebody who works on the Trump campaign, who's involved with their, digital operation and their polling. And they say that in some places in rural America, that they have 10% more turnout than they originally thought. That they were saying he was going to get more, but it's even more than that. And that when you look at the exit polls and you look at the white working class voters, who are about 4 in 10 voters, and you look at voters in this country, 39% were voting for change. and you see that half of the electorate in the state of Michigan felt that trade takes away jobs, and you said, as Dana was saying earlier, that Hillary Clinton didn't even visit the state of Wisconsin in the general, you put that all together, and what we see is a massive outpouring among voters who perhaps didn't vote before, who perhaps were hidden, and they came out tonight, and particularly
hopefully our country is still in one piece in the morning.
Okay, we want somebody who's different.
But much as gosh, I mean, the Democrats thought with all the star power of their surrogates, with the high popularity of President Obama, and President Obama out there in the stump, and Michelle Obama clearly did not do what they had hoped it would.
It's not only that it didn't do what they hoped it would do, but I can't help but sit here tonight and wonder if it didn't boomerang and have the complete opposite impact, because it reinforced represented the establishment in the year when he did,
which is something Jeffrey Moore talked about even last night during that big star-studded event with all of them on the stage. Jeffrey and Kayleigh's interpretation of that image was a lot different than a lot of other people.
And remember, as he stood on that stage, Anderson, and he made light of the fact, Donald Trump did, that he was going it alone, and he didn't need a piano, and he didn't need a guitar. It probably ended up benefiting him. My one observation, having watched the night unfold thus far, with a big chapter still to go, is that it's very little about party tonight. It's much more about class. It's much more about income. It's much more about what separates us beyond our party affiliation. I think David's onto something when he talks about the rural versus urban and suburban divide.
Well, it also seemed like the Democrats were counting on, they had the unions, but it seems like maybe they had a lot of union leaders, but a lot of rank and file.
And those
union folks, Michigan, we don't know what's going to happen there. A lot of those folks, those were Bernie Sanders supporters, and it looks like maybe those supporters went with Trump, and that the Clinton folks were maybe over-relying on getting the band back together again, the Obama coalition, and even though they did see some surges in states like Florida, I mean, Florida was up in terms of the Latino vote, it was up in terms of the black vote too, but it just wasn't enough for her to win that state. And here's something interesting to me in these exit polls, and we'll be looking at them for a long time, I believe, but when voters were asked whether Donald Trump has the temperament to be president, it seems to me the Hillary Clinton message got through. 63% say he doesn't have the temperament. 61% say he is not qualified to be president. 52% say she is qualified. And yet we see in state after state here, voters coming out and voting for change. And I think that was a real
Right, change was what you wanted as a voter. I mean, it's clearly they were going for
and that trumped everything.
He was a very, very bright, incisive vehicle for their frustrations about the status quo. And, our friends over here have been talking about this for some time, and you can see the manifestation of it. We don't know how the story ends tonight, but this is clearly not the race people expect.
Well, I want to talk to Jeffrey and Kayleigh and our other partisans, but we've got another key race alert. Wolf?
All right, let's get another key race alert right now. It's a cliffhanger. All right, let's take a look at Michigan right now. Michigan is so critically important. 62% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump still maintains a lead of nearly 32,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. 16 electoral votes in Michigan. We're watching that so closely. Wisconsin, 73% of the vote is now in. Donald Trump has a bigger lead there. He's up almost 90,000 votes over Hillary Clinton in Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes in Wisconsin right now. In Arizona, 61% of the vote is in. Donald Trump there too. He has a lead of some 57,000 over Hillary Clinton. 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona. In New Hampshire, 69% of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a lead of almost 11,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. He is ahead in New Hampshire as well with his 4 electoral votes. There are more states we're looking at, including Iowa right now. 78% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump has a healthy lead. 106,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton in Iowa with its 6 electoral votes. An impressive lead there. In Pennsylvania, 85% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is ahead by 40,000 votes, 48.6% to 47.8%. 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. Hillary Clinton ahead in Nevada. 66% of the vote is in, and Hillary Clinton has a lead there, almost 40,000 votes ahead of Donald Trump, with its 6 electoral votes at stake in Nevada. Hillary Clinton is ahead, and in Utah, 31% of the vote is in, a third almost of the vote is in. Donald Trump has a lead of almost 100,000 votes over Hillary Clinton and Evan McMullin, the independent third-party candidate. So those are the latest information we're getting. Let's check in with Brianna Keeler. She's over at Clinton headquarters right now for us. So Brianna, update us on what's going on over there.
Wolf, the scene here is so different than it was a few hours ago when people were happy and relaxed. I have been looking around the room at people who are stone-faced. Some of them have been crying. We have seen people leaving the venue, including some who have been sitting on the risers behind the podium where Hillary Clinton is supposed to speak. There are people who are just in shock. I've seen mouths open as folks here in the audience are watching the results come in, many of them with their arms crossed and a hand to their mouth. They are just stunned as they watch what is going on here. It's just been a complete reversal from what we saw a few hours ago. And what they are watching is various networks, as we're seeing these calls being made for different states. They've been monitoring, a lot of them, their iPhones, seeing certainly the projections for what is going to happen. And they are just stunned at the idea that they were completely sure they were coming to this event for what they thought would be even an early night to celebrate Hillary Clinton becoming the first female president, and now they are confronting the reality that they could be walking out of here either not knowing, but perhaps expecting that Donald Trump is going to become president. I mean, you're seeing it here on these faces. They are just stunned. People who were talking and laughing before are standing there not talking to the folks that they came with.
It's not over with yet. Let's see what happens in the votes, but I clearly understand the sadness that's going on over there. Jim Acosta, you're only about a mile and a half away from the Javits Center. You're at the New York Hilton Hotel. There's the ballroom behind you. That's where Donald Trump will be appearing at some point, we assume. What's the mood over there?
Yeah. Well, the mood is the exact opposite of what Brianna Keeler just passed on a few moments ago. It is not over yet, you're right, Wolf, but it is starting to feel like a victory party here at Trump campaign headquarters. I can tell you that behind me, we're seeing a sea of red. Those are those red Make America Great Again hats. They're being passed out to all the supporters in the room here. And Wolf, it's interesting, as these returns are coming in throughout the night, especially in these key battleground states of Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, and so on, and Wisconsin. When that happened, the room exploded. Wolf, I will tell you that they started all sorts of chants. USA, USA, President Trump, drain the swamp. But Wolf, one fairly disturbing chant broke out in this room, and that was lock her up. They were starting to chant lock her up. Of course, that is a chant referring to Hillary Clinton, her email investigation that the FBI says just recently they basically wrapped up. It's a common thing that we hear at those political rallies. But Wolf, I have to tell you, covering this campaign for about a year now, going to these rallies and seeing the enthusiasm and these large numbers of crowds that you see turning out to see Donald Trump. You know, during the primaries, we saw that translate into success. We may be seeing that here tonight at Trump campaign headquarters. You talk to people inside the Trump campaign, they're using words like "we're dying," "we're freaking out." They are just over the moon tonight. With these results. I think they surprised themselves. Earlier today, I heard from a top official who said that it'll take a miracle for us to win. I got a text from somebody saying, "Do you believe in miracles?" Wolf.
Jim Acosta over at the New York Hilton, where Donald Trump's headquarters are tonight. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map, see where it stands right now, the all-important Electoral College map. Donald Trump is ahead. He has 232 electoral votes compared to Hillary Clinton's 209 electoral votes. So you need 270 to become the president of the United States. He is ahead of Hillary Clinton right now, but there are still several of those yellow states that are outstanding right now. So we'll see what happens in those states. You saw the mood at those two respective campaign headquarters, Jake. It's a very different mood at both.
Yeah, her path is getting narrower and narrower, and he has many more options on the board, in complete contradiction to everything we've been saying up until today. Let's take another look at what's going on with Dow futures. The market is now down with Dow futures. It's down 4.32%. We should point out that after Brexit, which is an event that Donald Trump likes to invoke, talking about the unexpected nature of that vote and what was going to happen with his election. After Brexit, the Dow went down 3.4%. So if this holds, we don't know if it will, this will be the biggest loss since the day after, since the day that the trading resumed after 9/11. So this is a day that the markets are not particularly enjoying, unsure about the future of the U.S., unsure about the trade deals and the economy of the U.S.
That's when the people of the UK voted to leave the European Union. It was a stunning surprise to so many pollsters and others. Dana, it's still not over with yet. Let's not say it's over. You need 270. Neither of these candidates has it, and we're watching Wisconsin and Michigan, a bunch of other states, very closely.
Very, very closely. I am getting texts from Democrats who have been working for months, even over a year for Hillary Clinton, though more and more pessimistic as they see the results coming in from Wisconsin, for example. The other thing that I'm hearing from Democrats, and I'm sure that there's going to be, no matter how this works out in the end, the fact that it is so tight right now, a lot of finger pointing back at the FBI director for the October surprise, saying that the investigation was sort of kind of reopened into the email situation, and then closing it back up. However, it's hard to imagine that this kind of almost wave was because of the FBI director. I mean, there's something way more deep and clear going on in this country, and probably the whole idea that Hillary Clinton was potentially in trouble played into that, and it helped that. But I think it's a lot more than what Democrats are
But there's no doubt that there's a deep anger. Our early exit polls showed that there's a deep anger in this country right now at the political establishment. So when Donald Trump keeps saying drain the swamp, he was really reaching out to a whole bunch of people, a lot of people probably who hadn't voted before.
A lot of anger at Washington, D.C., a lot of anger at institutions, and that was a big part of Donald Trump's campaign. I think it's also worth pointing out that white working class voters are the single biggest demographic in the United States. And while many policymakers in Washington, D.C. have turned a blind eye to these individuals, especially when it comes to their economic issues as opposed to merely social issues that might appeal to them. It makes sense that somebody who goes right after white working class voters in a way that I haven't seen a presidential nominee do in a long, long time would have some success. It's one of the reasons why a lot of Democrats argued Bernie Sanders would have been a better nominee, because he did appeal to many people in that demographic and was the same kind of outsider that Donald Trump was on that issue of trade and on the issue of Washington being broken.
He stunned the world by getting the Republican presidential nomination, and now look what's going on right now. John King, let's take a closer look and see what's going on. We're following these two battleground states. All of a sudden, Wisconsin and Michigan, the two battleground states that potentially could determine the next president.
If they keep going the way they're going, that Sanders-Warren primary may start tomorrow. Let's look at these states as we go through them. Wisconsin, again, this is not the way this was mapped out.
Trump is ahead by 85,000 votes.
85,000 votes. You're up to 77% of the vote count.
Now it's 89,000 votes.
Can she make it up? And so here's what we're told. I'm going to start down here in Milwaukee County. Here's what we are told. We are told it's now 12:04 here in the east, almost 12:05. We're told at the bottom of the hour we will have results, the rest of the results in Milwaukee County. We're told there are 11 wards that we haven't seen yet, plus 60,000 absentees. So 60,000, you said the lead was close to 90,000. So is there potentially a large swath of Democratic votes coming out of Milwaukee County? We're told to expect them around the bottom of the hour. Yes. And so you hold out the math, and you're going to be hyper cautious here for a good reason. And so you say, okay, maybe. And then this is what the Clinton campaign is telling us. We're going to get a lot more out of here. And they have reason to say they're going to get a lot more out of here because they're winning lopsided. 25% of the vote to go. So if they're correct and they're about to get a very large, substantial amount of votes out of Milwaukee in 30 minutes or so, there's more votes here for them. That's why you wait and you see. However, That's fine. We'll see what that math comes in. But you start going through some of these other places. That one's 100. But you start clicking through, that's 90. 94 over here. Come down here, 71. There are still a lot of counties that Donald Trump is running up the score pretty impressively that have votes out. They're not population centers like that. There aren't as many votes, but even if she picks up 10,000, 20,000, more than that out of Milwaukee, there's still some counting to do for Donald Trump as well. And so you have to say advantage Trump as we go to the wire here. The Clinton campaign is telling us they believe in Milwaukee County, Dane County, a few other places, they can make up these votes. Other Democrats who have experience in these states who are helping the Clinton campaign but not on the payroll for the Clinton campaign are voicing a lot more skepticism, but we'll count them as we go. To the point Jake was just making, I just want to show you this. This is Brown County. This is where Green Bay is. Mitt Romney won it last time. Look at the margin. But we're going to talk about this a lot, and this is what he's going to be studying after this election. So 59,
half the vote
in 59-36, 50-49. I mean, this is a swing battleground. Rock'em sock'em robots fight it out. Even if the Republicans win it, the Democrats win the state because they keep it close.
You know, I want to quickly go to Pennsylvania because Donald Trump has just moved ahead of Hillary Clinton in the state of Pennsylvania right now. Let's take a look at the actual vote. You see it right there. Donald Trump has 2,582,000 to 2,574,000. It's about, what, 7,000 votes. All of a sudden, Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania with 90% of the vote in.
And we talked about that earlier, that in all this great swath of red, it comes in late sometimes, and these are small and more rural communities. Now, we're at 100 here now. We're at 100 here now. Let's go around. And so this may be that most of the Trump vote is in, per se, as you go through, and that certainly looks to be the case. But as these smaller counties report, the Trump number has gone up. And so yet again, we're asking the same question in another state that has been blue for most of our adult lifetimes. Can she get it back? Well, this is a plus sign for Hillary Clinton, if you will. If you're in the Democratic war room, you only have 25% of the vote counted in Allegheny County, and you're winning by a pretty sizable margin. And that one, I think, is roughly consistent, 57 for President Obama, 56.5. So if you're the Clinton campaign, you're alarmed Donald Trump is leading you in Michigan and Wisconsin. He just passed you in Pennsylvania. That is a recipe for a wipeout, and a surprising wipeout, but there are still some Democratic votes out here, Wolf, and we'll watch if Pennsylvania, like Florida, starts to seesaw a bit.
We have another major projection coming in right now. CNN projects Donald Trump will win the state of Iowa with its 6 electoral votes. Donald Trump will carry Iowa. He's ahead right now with 84% of the vote in by 136,000 votes right now. Iowa, 6 electoral votes goes to Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map. With this win in Iowa, Donald Trump expands his lead over Hillary Clinton. He has now 238 electoral votes to her 209 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. Donald Trump inching closer and closer. Let's go back to John King as we watch that. Iowa all of a sudden is going to Donald Trump, but remember, that was not all that unexpected. It's Wisconsin and Michigan that are very unexpected.
Not all that unexpected, but to the point we've been having all night. Are we rewriting America's Electoral College map tonight? Is this a one-race rewriting of the map? We won't know the answer for some time, but significant that as President Obama prepares to move out of the White House, the state that launched his political career just voted for Donald Trump. Once a cheerleader for the birther movement, now the Republican nominee for president, and on the verge of being the president-elect of the United States if trend line continues. So you see that as we write the history books about this campaign, the fact that Iowa switched, there will be criticism of Hillary Clinton. It's a very competitive state. Why couldn't you have kept it in your camp there? This is one of the things we will go through. But let's go back to where we were just a minute ago, because Pennsylvania now has joined Wisconsin and Michigan on the watch list for Democrats, on the emergency room list for Democrats. You see that lead right there.
11,000 votes.
And again, as you go through all this, it is stunning when you see what is happening, and largely, as Jake was just talking about, in these white working class areas. So you start right here, and you're in the vice president's hometown here. It's 50% for Hillary Clinton. This was blowout territory, right? Now you can say that's because Joe Biden was on the ballot, right? So then you go next door here, Luzerne County. It's a small county. It's not, it's not a huge population center. 58, 59% there for Donald Trump. The president won this with 52%. You're finding these counties all across the country, even in states Clinton is winning. We find them in Virginia, a state that she narrowly won. You're finding this more and more. And so you're looking at the map right now. And so this is 4 years ago. It's a lot more red, right? I want to move it over a little bit so you can see it. Especially look in here. Look right in here. You've got some blue here. You've got red tonight. And it's not just the red. When you look at this here, just coming to Reading, 53-42, 50-49. And so you have Trump is overperforming Romney, Clinton underperforming President Obama in a lot of these places that you would associate with blue-collar, white, working-class voters. We're not done here. When you come back to 2016, we're not done. And so there's still a chance for Clinton to come back here. But the fact, again, Pennsylvania, one of the solid states in that blue wall, the states Democrats have won in every presidential election since 1992, 242 electoral votes. This is one of them. Donald Trump leads at the moment. This is one of them. Donald Trump leads at the moment. This is one of them. Donald Trump leads at the moment. And so the Democrats are having a conversation. The Democrats have been celebrating for years, since all during the Obama presidency, their ability to win in these Sun Belt states, to change states like Nevada, to change states like Colorado, to change states like Virginia. They've been celebrating that for 8 years. Well, they're having headaches tonight.
And take a look at this, on the national vote. Donald Trump is ahead nationally by more than 1 million votes. He's got 48.3% to Hillary Clinton's 47.2%. So he's getting more votes nationally right now than Hillary Clinton is.
And I just want to check to see what the count is out here, because this is the key for Clinton in trying to come back in the popular vote. Now, the big California, we're at 27% of the vote there. We'll have to watch as that plays out. But Donald Trump is running it up. You could look at the national vote. You could look at these key Democratic states. I'm going to go back to tiny New Hampshire just to see where we are. 77%. Again, Hillary Clinton has narrowed the gap here. The question is, can she get it back? Last time we were here, Wolf, Nashua had not come in. Nashua is now in at 100%. Yes, she won it, 53-41. But again, you go to a Democratic area where this is, by New Hampshire standards, a major population center. She needs to run it up.
Let's take a look at New Hampshire. Let's screen it right now. See where the outstanding vote remains, because right now Trump is ahead, by about 5,000 votes.
He's ahead by about 5,000 votes. So let's go back. Let's just stop at 76%. So you're looking at what's left. Not much. You have some of these counties up here, we don't have any votes at all in some of these counties. So that potentially, there are a lot of smaller towns. You don't call them counties in New Hampshire by mistake. We're going through the counties. I should know that. I'm a neighbor from Boston. But you call all these towns as you go through. And so this one out here is Republican at 33%. So it's a slower count. If we come back to the full map, you can see it. So we have a ways to go. But again, remarkably competitive. You see a lot of the gray. We're still waiting for a lot of votes up in these places. We have nothing at all in some of these places here. As we come through, bring it back out. And so I just want to go back and take a look again. We are waiting for a lot of votes down here. And so if you're in the Clinton campaign war room, you think there are a lot of Democratic areas yet to come in, and yet everyone we go to, it seems that she's underperforming the president. That is going to be the story of the night. And that's, you could say she's underperforming the president, or you could say Donald Trump is overperforming Governor Romney or Republicans in these states. And as we count, just keep waiting to see if we get any updates here. Still 70%. We've been stuck at 70% in Michigan for quite some time. But this is a very close race. It's a very, very close race.
19,000 votes. Trump is ahead over Hillary Clinton in Michigan.
19,000 votes, and you can have with 82% of Detroit. You can have 19,000.
All right, John, stand by. It's a cliffhanger in Michigan, a cliffhanger in Wisconsin. We're watching all of this very closely. We'll be right back.
It's been a journey to get where I am. And I didn't get here alone. There were people who listened along the way. People who gave me options, kept me on track. And through it all, my retirement never got left behind. So today, I'm prepared for anything we may want tomorrow to be.
Every Sunday needs a plan. Let's talk about your old 401k today.
The successful millionaire Howard Hughes.
Millionaire, not millionaire.
And what the hell happened at the close-up with me and
Academy Award-winning director Warren Beatty.
Hi, I'm Frank. Hi. If anybody working for me wants to strike up a relationship with one of our actresses, I have to fire her.
Warren Beatty, Lily Collins, Alden Ehrenreich, Annette Bening, Matthew Broderick, and Alec Baldwin.
You do know why Baptists think sex is bad? Because it might lead to dancing.
Rules don't apply. Rated PG-13. In theaters November 23rd. Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-888-909-4332.
People ask me all the time, George, what do I do with my idea for a new product? I tell them, call my friends at InventHelp.
Call for free information. 10 everyday heroes doing extraordinary things. Vote now for the CNN Hero of the Year at CNNHeroes.com on Twitter and Facebook Messenger.
I know you. Welcome.
Hi.
Will
your neighbors who live across the street.
Right over there.
Hi, well, hey.
So you got Time Warner Cable like the rest of the hood? Genius.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Oh, you got the TWC phone too. Sure. It's unlimited calling to half the world, including Mexico, Canada, India, European Union.
Over a dozen calling features like caller ID on TV. It even blocks the one calls.
Comes in handy with the in-laws.
Call now to add Time Warner Cable phone for $10 more a month. There's a money-back guarantee and no contract to sign. Call today.
After my motorcycle accident, Salino and Barnes got me $1.5 million, 12 times more than insurance offered.
They got me over $600,000, 9 times more than insurance offered.
I'm Steve Barnes. Is your accident case worth more than the insurance company says? Call us. You might be surprised.
I called. They got me $450,000.
What's your case really worth? Call now and find out.
I got witnesses.
This is CNN.
Let's update you with a key race alert right now. Let's start off in Michigan. Michigan, 70% of the vote is in. Donald Trump maintains his lead. He's got a lead of 23,000 plus votes over Hillary Clinton. 16 electoral votes at stake in Michigan. In Wisconsin, 78% of the vote is in. He's got a better lead there. 92,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. 10 electoral votes in the state of Wisconsin. In Arizona, Trump has the lead. 63% of the vote is in. He's up by 50, almost 59,000. There he's gone over 59,000 vote lead over Hillary Clinton. In the state of Arizona, there are 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In New Hampshire, 77% of the vote is now in, and Donald Trump maintains his lead of more than 5,000 votes over Hillary Clinton. It's close, but he's still got the lead. You see it to 47.9% to 47% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. They could be critically important. Let's take a look at some of the other states right now. In Utah, Trump is ahead. A third of the vote is now in. He's ahead by more than 100,000 votes over Hillary Clinton and the third-party conservative Evan McMullin. Trump is looking pretty good with a third of the vote in the state of Utah. In Pennsylvania, 92% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. 48.2% to 48.2%. Hillary Clinton is down, though. Donald Trump is ahead by 2,800 votes. More than 5 million votes have been cast. He is ahead by 2,857 votes. In Nevada right now, Hillary Clinton is ahead with 71% of the vote. Hillary Clinton has 36,000 plus votes over Donald Trump. 6 electoral votes at stake in Nevada. In Minnesota right now, Hillary Clinton has a pretty impressive lead of more than 116,000 votes over Donald Trump. 72% of the vote is in. She is ahead, looking comfortably in Minnesota. 10 electoral votes there. In Maine right now, 71% of the vote is in, and Hillary Clinton has a 15,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. Remember, Maine is one of 2 states where they divide their electoral votes according to congressional districts. Let's take a look at the electoral count where it stands right now. Donald Trump is ahead. He has 238 electoral votes to Hillary Clinton's 209 electoral votes. You need 270 to win the White House. All those yellow states out there, too early to call those states. Those are the states we are not yet able to make projections. We're watching all of those states very, very closely. So he's got a lead in the popular vote, and he's got a lead in the much more important electoral college vote right now.
And he did it exactly, he's doing it exactly the way that Donald Trump and his team said they were going to, which is by, well, actually, I should add a caveat to that. He is winning all these states that traditionally Republicans would go for, Mitt Romney, John McCain, such as Florida and North Carolina, and Iowa and Ohio. Even though John McCain and Mitt Romney were not able to win all of those states. But he is also seemingly at least giving a run for her money in the Rust Belt states that originally was what Donald Trump said he was going to do in order to win the presidency. So he's actually doing both. He's redrawing the map. He's taking the states that the Republicans traditionally pursue, North Carolina, Florida, Ohio, and giving her a run for her money in Pennsylvania. And also on top of that, going after the Rust Belt states where there are all these voters who are convinced that trade has been horrible for their communities, and whether they liked the offensive things Donald Trump said or they didn't care about the things that Donald Trump said, they are with him when it comes to draining the swamp and getting Washington, D.C. to focus more on these communities and their jobs.
He's clearly doing now, Dana, what he did during the Republican primary, surprising a lot of folks.
That's absolutely right. And look, we started out this evening, so many hours ago, talking about what to expect, and I talked about whether or not the Trump candidacy would awake a sleeping giant in the Latino community. Well, as we're looking at these numbers, the sleeping giant that it seems to be waking up are white working class Americans.
Let me interrupt, Jake. Take a look at your home state of Pennsylvania right now. Look at Donald Trump has just gone ahead by 2,409 votes over Hillary Clinton with 92% of the vote in. They both have 48.2%, but he is now ahead by 2,400 plus votes over Hillary Clinton in your state. Or the Commonwealth, as we should call it.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And let me just, I don't know how many people remember this, but when I went to some of my old haunts in South Philadelphia during the Democratic convention, which was in Philadelphia, that's how important they thought Pennsylvania was, how important they thought Philadelphia was. I asked the guy that owns Termini Brothers, which is a great Italian pastry shop, who are people voting for here? Are they voting for Trump? Are they voting for Hillary? He said, we have a lot of leaners. I said, leaners? And he said, yeah, they lean into you. And I said, yeah, I think I might vote for Trump. And enough of those people, if the margins in Philly end up being that Hillary Clinton only wins 80%, that sounds like a lot, but that's not how you need to win Philadelphia if you're going to win Pennsylvania. You need to have margins way higher than that. Those people actually, those leaners actually voted that way.
And Kellyanne Conway, Donald Trump's campaign manager, has been talking, who's a pollster by trade, has been talking about the hidden Trump vote. That it's out there, that people don't feel comfortable telling their pollsters, never mind their friends and family, that they're going to vote for Donald Trump. Well, just based on the data we saw going into tonight, both the polling and some of the modeling, particularly the Democrats modeling, she was right.
Yeah, but there was a hidden Trump vote. Now, whether people weren't telling pollsters or whether pollsters were just not anticipating the turnout that we've seen. One of the other things that's interesting is there are obviously millions of Americans who voted for Barack Obama in 2012 and voted for Donald Trump today, which is a fascinating thing given that Donald Trump is running as the anti-Obama in almost every possible way.
He's ahead of the popular vote nationwide.
That's right. That's true, and that would be a fascinating book to write on the Obama-Trump voter. But there is one common thread, and that is change. Obama was, hope and change. Donald Trump's change message is a little bit different than that.
Drain the swamp.
Yeah, but it's still, they just are so sick of this place where we are in Washington, D.C. It doesn't work. They're not wrong. It doesn't work for them. They're especially not wrong. And you know what? Donald Trump, with all of his, flaws, every candidate has flaws, he's not one of them, and he can do things differently. Now, as we talk about this, we're talking about just the states where he's won and has surprised people, never mind the states where he is giving Hillary Clinton a run for her money that she didn't expect, especially a place like Wisconsin, which has seen job loss, and a place that has not come back as rapidly as other states.
It's really
in Michigan too.
And Michigan too.
It's just remarkable because I don't think we can overstate this. Not only Democrats and the Clinton campaign, not only pollsters and the mainstream media, but Republicans did not anticipate that this night was going to be this way. Very, very few people, I'm sure Donald Trump and his immediate circle of family and friends thought this, but very, very few people who were actually running these races anticipated that this night was going to be so strong for Donald Trump.
We've been hearing from the Republican National Committee, Dana, that they really went out and did a lot of stuff to get the vote out for Donald Trump that wasn't highly publicized, but clearly they must have done something right.
That's right, and I think the key is, and we talked about this a little bit before, it was to get the vote out for Donald Trump, but it was to get the ground game up and running in a way that would benefit any nominee, no matter who it was. And going into tonight, we thought maybe it wouldn't potentially be enough, but it was, and then some. So if you combine, frankly, the Trump, the RNC ground game with the Trump energy, which we know is huge, and, that made for the difference, clearly, in a lot of these states.
What also made the difference, at least in making it so close, and it is a real cliffhanger right now, in the last few weeks, Donald Trump was disciplined.
Yes.
He read his speeches from a teleprompter. He was barely tweeting except, go visit my rally or wherever it's going to be. He did what his advisors wanted to do. Clearly, Jake, that paid off.
What's remarkable is that I think his fundamental core message, enough people just agreed with it, which is change is needed, Washington's broken, things are not working the way they need to be. And while a lot of people in the media and a lot of Democrats and a lot of voters didn't like a lot of other things he said, clearly many millions of voters did, and they agreed with the fundamental message. They want their borders protected. They want to be protected from terrorists. They want their trade deals to help them and not help Wall Street and corporate America. And they want Washington fixed.
It's an amazing story right now. Whatever happens, it is a truly amazing story.
I mean, just when we think we've covered the latest unbelievable thing that happens in the 2016 race.
Take a look at this. In New Hampshire right now, look at this. Hillary Clinton has taken the lead in New Hampshire with 79% of the vote in by 18 votes in New Hampshire. 18 votes. Let's go over to John King and talk a little bit about this. John, still 21% of the votes in the precincts outstanding right now, but she is ahead by 18 votes.
Another seesaw state, and again, this is going to depend mostly on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. But if those states change some, then these four could come into play in the whole 265, 268, 269. Who could get to 270? At the moment, Donald Trump doesn't have that worry because of what's happening in the Midwest. But as we watch this play out, because we're not done yet, we're all dancing on this cliff together. She's ahead very narrowly, and so you keep looking and you say, what's missing? The reason she pulled ahead, as I've been telling you all night, we're waiting for these votes out of the Seacoast to come in. Portsmouth came in. They're all in. That's important to note. They're all in. But when they came in,
she's now ahead by 200 votes.
The race started to swing when those votes came in, and we're still waiting. We got, it's 80% of the vote is in, but we got a lot of small towns still to report to us. And again, if you go back in time and look, watch how the map changes when I do this. What's missing
The United States of America
is a lot of blue. If the state performs as it did in 2012. And we're not seeing that tonight in a lot of places. So this is a state the Clinton campaign knows very well. She has a history here. We'll see if in this state she can keep this very tiny lead that she has right now. And again, these four could become absolutely critical. The conversation a couple weeks ago was, could she win New Hampshire and add that to what people thought would be a convincing victory? Now, it is she, not Donald Trump, who's looking to draw.
Let's go to Nevada right now, see where it stands in Nevada, another important battleground state.
Nevada, 74% in. The map's filling in as you would expect in the sense that you have up here.
She's ahead.
She's ahead out here. Right now, you go back and look, 47. They're underperforming the president, which has become a consistent thing all night. Another thing that we have a president of the United States who has a 55, 56, 57% approval rating, depending on what poll you look at, who campaigned furiously everywhere, including all of these key battleground states tonight, whose popularity does not seem to be transferable. In the sense, Hillary Clinton is the candidate on the ballot. I'm not trying to pin this on President Obama, but he worked so hard, Michelle Obama worked so hard in North Carolina, in Florida, in these other swing states, and at the moment, it doesn't look like that was effective either. That would be part of the Obama legacy. If this holds up, the former cheerleader of the birther movement could be about to win the presidency, could be at the White House on Thursday as the president-elect of the United States.
In New Hampshire right now, she's now 99 votes ahead, 99 votes ahead of Donald Trump.
She'll take it if that holds in the sense, but 80% of the vote to go, so we still got some ways to go.
80% is counted, 20% to go.
80% is counted. I want to look, all the Democratic votes are in Concord. You come down here in Nashville, I looked earlier, we had all the Democratic votes in. So now we're going through. These are small towns throughout New Hampshire. We'll see how this vote comes in. And again, most of this bottom left quarter is traditionally Democratic, but Donald Trump is more than holding his own across the state of New Hampshire. This one's going to be a seesaw. Could take us a long time to count them. I want to come back out.
He spent a lot of time in New Hampshire.
He sure did. And remember, that was his first big primary. He lost in Iowa, had the big in New Hampshire. Corey Lewandowski, his early first campaign manager, is from New Hampshire. Donald Trump was there on the last night of the campaign and was there twice, I believe, in the last weekend. So Donald Trump has a history in New Hampshire, and that will be one of the stories of this campaign. In the states where he campaigned hard and had a personal relationship, he's doing well. This one, very, very close. It was closer a few minutes ago. Trump has stretched that lead a little bit, but within a percentage point, he just did it again. So it's a full 1 point lead now at 74%. And again, we've been at 83% roughly for a long time in Wayne County. This is the last best hope of the Clinton campaign, is that when the rest of Detroit comes in, it's a big, giant dump of Democratic votes. When you get to 74% and you see a lead like that, that's doable. It's doable, but she now has to pull that off, come back from that, and then come back here as well. And you see this lead is starting to stretch a little bit as we're up to 81% now. And again, we were told this would come right around now. We were told this would come at the bottom of the hour at 12:30 in the east, 11:30 local time. 60,000 absentee ballots in Milwaukee County, 11 wards that we've been at 87% for well over an hour now in the Milwaukee County. So when these votes come, when we go up from 87% here, we will see if the Clinton campaign's math, they've been telling us that what's missing is not only Democratic votes, but a huge swath of Democratic votes. We'll see when those votes come in. And the main thing you could do right now is just sit back and watch those three. Pennsylvania, Michigan.
Let's go to Pennsylvania.
They stay red. Forget about it.
Trump's back on top in Pennsylvania, at least right now. 92% of the vote is in, and look at how slight that lead is. What a 2,000 votes or so in Pennsylvania out of more than 5 million that have been cast.
48.2 to 48.2. It also tells you something that, you know, in these very close states, somebody is going to wake up tomorrow with a giant governing challenge, or maybe the day after if we're counting some of these states past tomorrow. But again, this is just a fundamental rewriting of the map, Wolf. In our lifetime, Pennsylvania has been a Democratic state. George H.W. Bush, 1988, the last Republican to win that state. That also happens to be the last time a party that had a two-term presidency held office. That was part of Hillary Clinton.
I just saw on your map, New Hampshire went red again. That means Donald Trump has now taken the lead. He's up by, what, 15
votes.
Votes
yeah, 15
in New Hampshire right now.
And again, we're laughing about this. The presidency could hinge on this. But you're going through a lot of these small towns where it's a very small, tiny amount of votes when they come in. We still have nothing in Sandwich, New Hampshire, for example. But you just pop up to the next one. You have these small towns. It's 150 to 99. So you'll see these swings when a town reports of 20, 30, 40, 50 votes. As we come up, we're at 81%, and we're going to count the rest of this one. And this is just stunning. It is stunning, and this is the most stunning. Again, a lot of people laughed at the Trump campaign when they said our path to the presidency was the Rust Belt, thinking that 1988, even longer than that. They made it run in Minnesota. Minnesota's going to hold for the Democrats. A lot of people laughed at them. A lot of people even think it's with the dysfunction, as Dana noted earlier, the governor of Ohio not on your side. 52% of the vote.
When I needed to win Ohio, he won Ohio.
52% of the vote. They won Ohio. Now we're going to wait on these ones. We're going to wait on this one, and we are in exactly the opposite position that we thought a couple of weeks ago we were going to be in. We thought at Trump campaign headquarters they would be sitting there trying to draw to an inside straight, trying to literally lightning strike. We're talking about Powerball odds. Donald Trump, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Well, look at that. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We're not done yet. But the fact that, let's just check it, 92%, 48.2 to 48.2. We're talking about a tiny amount of votes. Let's just look around a little bit here and see what we're missing. 62% of the vote here, so Hillary Clinton with a big lead, so potentially some Democratic votes here. Let's come back in. Center City, Philadelphia is mostly in, so 98% of the vote is in here, so there's not much to get there. This is the biggest area, and mathematically, that's about the number they said they need. They thought they needed
450,000 plus.
But what they're seeing is, and she's actually, the story of Pennsylvania is almost always turnout in Philadelphia and then the collar counties. Hillary Clinton's not, percentage-wise, not doing that horribly. She's actually performing about right, if you will, for a Democratic model. But she is getting swamped out here in these rural counties where you have not only Donald Trump winning these counties, but winning them. Some of them won by Obama, some of them he's overperforming Romney, and substantially so, Wolf.
We have another major projection right now. CNN now projects that Hillary Clinton will carry the state of Nevada with its 6 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton wins in Nevada. 74% of the vote is in. She's got a 32,000 plus vote lead. She carries Nevada. Take a look at the count for the electoral college map right now. Trump has 238 votes. Hillary Clinton has 215. You need 270. We're still waiting on the Rust Belt to come in. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Election Night in America is brought to you by CNN Technologies. Go to CNNPolitics.com for more about this momentous election and download the CNN Politics app from the App Store, built with CNN Technologies.
Back in the good old days, things were just better.
I
feel lucky I wasn't alive 40 years ago. It sounds awful. The American dream was still alive. People just got married and had kids and worked the same job for like forever.
We valued her.
Those rules don't work for me.
Too many unreasonable expectations.
I believe anyone to be honest in their life. Unless it's a way to pay off my student loan debt.
Skinny caramel macchiato.
We don't want to be X-rated.
What happened to coffee?
Kale.
Back then, technology was a self-cleaning oven.
I like things the way they were, except my apps. Those I'd like to be cutting edge.
I do, however, believe in a world with really great apps. Hey, Earl.
Hey, Dave. See my post?
Yeah, funny.
In the application economy, there's one thing everyone agrees on.
Any excuse to come to Japan is a good one.
Everybody there commenting on how it all started.
What's a beer? Cheers.
Italy Bourdain Parts Unknown, Japan, Sunday at 9 on CNN.
What Mark Dant knows about enzyme replacement therapy is that it saved his son Ryan's life. What we all need to know about innovations in biopharmaceutical medicines is that they help reduce the need for hospital stays, reduce the number of surgeries, and for many people, they deliver cures. To learn how today's biopharmaceutical innovations both save lives and can help save on healthcare costs, visit innovationsaves.life.
I love the Buffalo Bills. Going to the stadium, can't even explain it. It's a feeling of excitement. I get there and I can't even breathe sometimes. I'm just so ready to cheer on my team and my city. We're the ones that nearly fall off the chairs because we're cheering so loud. You can't not be a Bills fan in Buffalo.
This is Life with Lisa Lane. New episodes, Sundays at 10 on CNN.
Still ready to make projections in 9 states, but let's take a look at this key race alert right now, where it stands. Michigan with its 16 electoral votes. Donald Trump continuing to maintain his lead of almost 34,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, with 75% of the vote in. Trump still ahead in Michigan. In Wisconsin, 83% of the vote is in. He's got a better lead there, 86,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 10 electoral votes at stake in Wisconsin. In Arizona, Trump is ahead by nearly 60,000 votes, with 64% of the vote in, 11 electoral votes at stake in Arizona. Trump doing well in that state. In New Hampshire right now, it's a cliffhanger. Look at this. Trump is ahead by 864 votes. Let me repeat that. 864 votes. He's got 47.5%. She has 47.4%. 81% of the vote is in. Those 4 electoral votes could be critical in New Hampshire. Let's take a look at some more states right now. In Utah, 29% of the vote is in. Trump maintains a pretty healthy lead of 81,000 votes over both Hillary Clinton and Evan McMullin, the third-party conservative. In Pennsylvania, 93% of the vote is in, and Trump has a lead of more than 25,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 20 electoral votes at stake in Pennsylvania. In Minnesota, 77% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has an impressive lead of almost 90,000 votes over Donald Trump, 48.1% to 44%, 10 electoral votes in Minnesota right now. In Maine, 75% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton has a lead of more than 17,000 votes over Donald Trump. Let's take a look at the all-important Electoral College map, where it stands right now. Donald Trump is ahead. He has 238 electoral votes to 215 for Hillary Clinton. You need 270 to win the White House. Those yellow states are states that we have not yet made projections. Still too early to call. Anderson,
well, thanks very much. Let's go to Jeffrey Lord, Kelly McEnroe, both Trump supporters. I mean, all along, Jeffrey, from the beginning, we have talked about how Donald Trump, from the beginning, has rewritten the rules of politics. And there was a lot of question about whether Hillary Clinton, with all her big data, with all of her alleged ground game, would simply just swamp Donald Trump with his huge rallies, but apparently a lack of a ground game.
She was the Jeb Bush of the Democratic Party. And she was the face of the establishment. As I said last night, when we saw those folks on that stage in front of Independence Hall in Philadelphia, and everybody's remarking about, you know, his history and her history and all this sort of thing. And I said, look, if you're sitting there in Cumberland County, Pennsylvania, which is where I live, you're looking at these people and seeing there's a bunch of insiders there. And they're all scratching one another's backs, and they're making millions of dollars in the case of the Clintons, so alleged. And they're just sick of the whole, thing. One other thing, I have in front of me here a New York Times article from December 16th, 1976, in which Ronald Reagan...
You were going to go back in history tonight.
Exactly.
I wanted you to.
Because I keep trying to say that it's important that Ronald Reagan said after the defeat of Gerald Ford that he was going to rebuild the Republican Party by courting conservatives who now call themselves Democrats and independents. That is exactly what Donald Trump was about. And that's why that Rust Belt strategy, which is exactly what worked for Ronald Reagan.
And Kayleigh, I mean, all along, in the face of all these polls, which the pollsters seemed to be just wrong, certainly in the electoral college path, you were saying that there were hidden Trump voters out there, that there was sort of this hidden enthusiasm for Trump beyond what we were seeing, the visible enthusiasm we were seeing. Democrats were saying there's going to be this huge outpouring of Latino vote. It's going to make up all the difference.
At the phone in case
a lot of people voted for Donald Trump.
Yes, it's looking increasingly like we have a Brexit on our hands, and there are these voters out there that we're afraid to talk to pollsters. And Anderson, I think the American people right now are sending a loud, clear, unmistakable message. They want their government back. This is supposed to be a government of, by, and for the people. It's increasingly become one of, by, and for the elite. This is the people rising up saying it's time to listen to us. It's time to listen to us in Michigan and Wisconsin and work for the people. It's not about personal enrichment, it's about public service. And that's what we're seeing. Donald Trump ran against Republicans, he ran against Democrats, he ran against the elite, he ran against the government, he ran against the media, but he was an unmistakable voice for the people.
Also, they put a lot of signs in their yards.
Right, yeah, you should start a sign company, because that was your poll, which in Pennsylvania, certainly you're saying. But there's been so much focus on probably among a lot of Democrats about what went wrong on the Democratic side, but you shouldn't take away from what Donald Trump has accomplished from the moment he entered this race. I mean, again, just redefining the way somebody runs.
I mean, one of the things I thought was the sort of overweening arrogance of a lot of elites with a terribly off-base descriptions of Donald Trump. That he's a racist and a xenophobe, he's this and he's that. Here's a guy that I felt right from the get-go was a highly successful, highly accomplished businessman who knew how to relate to average people, to working class Americans. And the problem is they believed their own message. And they were totally wrong.
Well, there's still a lot of people out there in the country tonight who still have that belief about Donald Trump, man.
Well, look, first of all, congratulations, both of you guys
We're not there yet.
You're further than anybody said you would be. And I have enough class, and I was raised well enough to say, when you outdo,
yes, sir, thank you.
When you outdo expectations, good for you. But there's another side to this. People have talked about a miracle. I'm hearing about a nightmare. It's hard to be a parent tonight for a lot of us. You tell your kids, don't be a bully. You tell your kids, don't be a bigot. You tell your kids, do your homework and be prepared. And then you have this outcome, and you have people putting children to bed tonight, and they're afraid of breakfast. They're afraid of, how do I explain this to my children? I have Muslim friends who are texting me tonight saying, should I leave the country? I have families of immigrants that are terrified tonight. This was many things. This was a rebellion against the elites. True, it was a complete reinvention of politics and polls, it's true. But it was also something else. We've talked about race. We've talked about everything but race tonight. We've talked about income. We've talked about class. We've talked about region. We haven't talked about race. This was a white lash. This was a white lash against a changing country. It was a white lash against a black president in part. And that's the part where the pain comes. And Donald Trump has a responsibility tonight to come out and reassure people that he is going to be the president of all the people who he insulted and offended and brushed aside. Yeah, when you say you want to take your country back, you got a lot of people who feel that we're not represented well either. But we don't want to feel that someone has been elected by throwing away some of us to appeal more deeply to others. So this is a deeply painful moment tonight. I know it's not just about race. There's more going on than that. But race is here too. We got to talk about it.
Well, and whoever wins tonight, I mean, there is such polarization in this country. Whoever wins is going to have a very hard time in convincing the other half of the country that they can be their president.
Well, that's what I thought I knew yesterday, that I had no idea how deep the divisions are, how real the pain is. And let me say, echoing Van, Kayleigh and Jeffrey were right about that. You saw it in a way that I didn't see it in the data, and you deserve to have credit for that. And maybe Hillary hangs on and wins, maybe Mr. Trump wins, we still don't know. It's really in the balance. Right. But irrespective, the pain, and Van just gave beautiful poetic voice to the pain on our side. But Donald Trump was giving voice to some really spectacular pain on his side. And that's, I think, what's causing this. When Jeb Bush, who you mentioned, got trounced by Trump, he said, I don't do anger very well. Well, this is a time of anger. Of course, that anger comes from pain. And Trump saw that, and he gave voice to it.
He also reached across lines, though, that Republican candidates haven't reached across before. He made a direct appeal to the African American community. He made a direct appeal to a whole group of voters, those in the inner cities who have been left behind, who haven't heard from candidates in decades on either sides of the aisle. And he took his message to them and said, I feel your pain, and I'm going to be there.
Listen, we're gonna have to hold hands now. This is gonna be tough. We'll have to look and see if those people heard it the way you heard it, and if they voted for him. The problem that we have is that there is real pain in the country. Look, Hillary Clinton had to put down a rebellion in her own party. There was a rebellion in her own party along these lines, the Bernie Sanders rebellion. And she put that rebellion down. And she was able to co-opt and pull some of it, but there was still heartburn and rug burn there. There's healing that has to happen in the Democratic Party. There has to be a real conversation about what happened in that primary. And there's pain, economic pain in your party. But you do yourself a disservice, and I don't want either of you to be naive. There are people in your party for whom this was also a vote against political correctness, which for some of them means a vote against these others. And we're going to need your help to heal that. And if I can't acknowledge the elitism in my party, and you can't acknowledge some of the bigotry in your party, we're never going to get there.
Donald Trump's going to be a voice for all the people. He said that from day one.
He will make it his first objective to bring people together. I have not the slightest doubt about it. I mean, he said it, but I certainly believe him. I mean, I've seen that in him all along.
We're going to have to work together.
But
let's bring in the other side as well.
I just want to talk about some of the things that we watched tonight. We saw lower African American turnout, Van. I mean, you were seeing that. We also saw that 65% of Latinos voted for Hillary Clinton, but 29% voted for Donald Trump. That is more than Mitt Romney got. So you have to think about that. You have to think about that.
And more than many Democratic Latinos certainly thought that Donald Trump.
Young voters, also, we've known Hillary Clinton has had a problem with young voters. She got a majority of young voters, but 37% of them, according to the exit polls we're looking at now, voted for Donald Trump. Now, when I've been talking to some Democratic strategists who are pro-Clinton this evening, they blamed what's going on this evening, and again, we don't know the result, but they blame the closeness of the race, let me put it that way, on two things. On the Comey interference a couple weeks ago, and on the third-party candidates. And I've been communicating with them saying that's not enough.
Isn't it easy to just blame Comey for
As a Clinton person, let me say that's far too tactical.
Exactly. That's what I
There's really big going on.
Right.
And there is an earthquake going on, and they're saying, well, it's a washing machine.
Right.
No,
so you
it's like tectonic.
So you combine it with the race issues, you combine it with rural Americans who came out and voted, the sort of Brexit, hidden voters. You combine it with class issues, which were so important.
But there's a reason this is going on all over the world. Right. The fact is that there are convulsive, sort of revolutionary changes going on in our economy that are driven largely by technology and globalization that have benefited, that have grown economies and have benefited some people and have displaced others. And for not just a few years, but for several decades, politicians have been acknowledging this and saying, we're going to do something about it. And people don't feel as if that's happening. And meanwhile, all of these forces churn at a faster pace. So you see the same kinds of forces in Britain, in Germany, in France.
But it's so interesting. I mean, Mike Smirkowski, David was on the program the other night talking about how, well, the polling here is better than in England, where they didn't know what the Brexit result was going to be. Clearly, if this path continues that Donald Trump is on and he becomes the next president, and this is, to Kayleigh's point, a Brexit-like effect, the polling missed it.
I've immersed myself in all of that data and have talked extensively about it here and on the radio for weeks. The only poll that I'm aware of that nailed it, perhaps, I want to stay in my lane because it's not over yet, is that USC LA Times Dornsife survey, which, different than all the others, had the same sample group. They had 3,000 people, and instead of going to a new sample group each and every week, they went back to the same 3,000. Let me say one other point, if I might, to what Van has said. Whether it's tonight or whether it's tomorrow, whenever this wraps up, we are about to listen to the most consequential acceptance and speech of someone who lost an election, whoever may wear those crowns. And wow, is there a real need for leadership from those folks now to extend olive branches, whomever wins, and try and put
Donald Trump early on during the primaries would say a lot in interviews that he can be presidential, he can change his tone. He, in Palm Beach, is a different person than he was elsewhere. And I think we're going to see as a country what, if in fact he takes the Oval Office, what that actually means.
Looks like. And we've seen some of that, right? In these last couple of weeks or so, he was teleprompter Trump. He was different. I mean, he was able to stay on schedule and stay on message, sometimes coaxing himself out loud to do that.
The question is Obamacare, the Supreme Court.
This is a very consequential event. All of those things now, I think, are in question. I mean, I believe on, you know, I don't want to start a debate on this now. 20 million people have health care, and there are guarantees in our health law, such as prohibition against banning people with pre-existing conditions that are important to Americans. It's going to be more complicated to unwind that some believe, but there's no doubt the Supreme Court, this is a very consequential election. But I just want to say one thing about this, just having served in the White House. I know, Paul, you've done that as well, Van, you've spent some time there. The things that get you elected are not the things, there's a different requirement now. There's a huge responsibility. Every single day, every single hour, you're dealing with consequential questions that impact on people's lives, and you have to make those decisions in the best interest of the entire country. It's not about reading from a teleprompter. It's not about, handling this question or that question in a way that gets you the best political advantage. These are life and death, grave questions for people in this country and around the world. This is a big responsibility.
And if there is a Republican Senate and a Republican House and a Republican president, the question is, how will they work together? Because some of these senators will have ridden in on Donald Trump's coattails, which they never expected to do.
We've got a quick update on Wisconsin. I want to go to Wolf and John for that.
All right, thanks very much, John. We're taking a very close look at Wisconsin right now. 85% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump continues to maintain his lead of about 90,000 votes over Hillary Clinton, 15% of the vote outstanding.
90,000 votes, and we've been saying, and the Clinton campaign is telling us they expect a big basket of those votes to come from here in Milwaukee. Now, this is what we have right now, 87%. We've been stuck there for some time. We're waiting for the feed to come in here, but on the Secretary of State's website, they have updated the numbers in Wisconsin. Forgive me for coming across, I'm left-handed. One of the perils of being left-handed tonight, because here are the latest numbers. You see Clinton at 214 right there. The new numbers are 235.
If he's president, whether they're
247.
work with him,
and Donald Trump is at 117.
Go against him.
450, and this is 99.58% of the vote. She made up a very tiny. This is what, if you look at the map here, this is now 117,000 vote difference in Milwaukee. If you look at it there, she didn't make up that many votes. We were looking for a huge basket of votes out of here for her to make it up. You come back out and add that into the state total, it is nowhere near what she needed. Nowhere, and that's at 99.5% now. It's not even close. It'll make up some of that gap, but nowhere near. So the question then is, are there other Democratic votes out there somewhere? I'm going to turn the telestrator off to bring this out. The last place we're looking is Dane County is the last big one. We're at 82%, but it's not. It doesn't strike me as a big enough population center. We're still going to wait to count these as you look, but we'll wait till we get the official update to feed into the wall. We're still at 87%, but this is 99.58% in Milwaukee. And you simply do not, the question was, could she have this giant leap in the math out of Milwaukee County, in the spread out of Milwaukee County, to make a big difference? And these numbers simply aren't enough to do that.
Basically the same ratio as before.
Right.
Not much difference.
Not much difference at all. Her ratio actually goes down a little bit to 62.5%. The main point is the math here, and it's just not enough. She makes up, in the vote count, she gains a little bit, but when you bring it out and you try to add it into that,
We'll see what happens in Madison. That's a liberal Democratic stronghold in Wisconsin. Let's take a look at Michigan.
Move over to Michigan. Still at 77% here, and it's a close race. And we're in the same calculation we've been in before. Again, when you talk to the Clinton War Room, they tell us, just relax. We're going to see some votes come out of here. We're still at 85%, so there's still more votes to come out of Detroit, Wayne County and Detroit, and she does have a huge lead there, obviously. So if it's a big chunk of votes, it'll affect the math. We've been waiting a long time. Not unusual that it comes in late, and this is close. This one is closer than the race in Wisconsin.
57,000 votes.
Right, closer than. So you look over here. Is it doable? Okay, but let's see them. And you start to see Ingham County now is up to 94%. Again, she'll get some more votes out of that. But you're looking at these leads for Donald Trump. They're relatively small, but they have been persistent and they have held. And the Wisconsin news, that Milwaukee news, to me is, and we will watch and see if the rest of this comes in. I'm just going to look, 84%, but it's nowhere near the population center of Milwaukee. So you see these Democratic areas where you still have some votes, but can they swing it enough to change that? That's almost a 4-point race or a 3-point race. I don't see it at the moment. We'll see when the rest of these votes come in, but you don't see the math there in the state of Wisconsin as you go through.
So we've done Michigan, we've done Wisconsin. What about Pennsylvania?
So I was just going to touch New Hampshire, which has been rocketing back and forth, 47.5 to 47.4. One thing, I was just in touch with some Republicans up here. I just want to show you. Derry, New Hampshire, it's out. We have no votes there. This was a very big area for Mitt Romney 4 years ago. The Trump people are telling me they expect to get a big run-up of the vote here. You move down here to Salem, New Hampshire. These are the two big population centers left. Again, relatively small towns in New Hampshire, but 2.5% of the state population there was a big Romney area. 2% of the state population here, also a big Romney area. The Trump people are very confident they're going to do very well in those two counties in New Hampshire. And so their expectation is that they can hold on. She's in the slight lead now. The Trump expectation is they can come back. We'll see if that turns out to be true. But again, another seesaw.
Got to lead with about 25 votes. It's not very much.
25. This is what we're going through in New Hampshire right now. And here we are again back here. And you start looking at this right now, and another incredibly close state. The challenge becomes
she's losing by about 50,000 votes.
50,000 votes
with 96% of the vote.
96%. You look at a giant state like Pennsylvania, you think that's just a pretty small lead. But you start looking. What's left? And we're at 100% here in a place she's winning. We're at 100% here in a place she's winning, but by nowhere near the margin she needed to win, which has been a consistent story throughout the night. Let's come out here. We're at 100% here in a place she's winning, but again, by a very narrow margin. And so you keep asking, are there Democratic votes out there? Allegheny County was not this high the last time we checked. Yes, she's winning by a healthy margin there, but there's nothing left, or not much left to count. And so you keep looking. You're looking at this map, and you're saying, are there any here in the population centers? 93%, Lehigh County. She's winning, but not by a lot. There's some math there, enough to make up that lead. But watch Bucks County here in the suburbs. This is more populous. There are some votes here, but look how close it is. So as the rest of the results comes in, if the margins stay the same, 99% is in Montgomery County, 95% in Chester County. Let's move closer in toward the city. Delaware County is up to 98%. The city of Philadelphia is up to 98%. Wolf, if you're looking at this map and you're thinking, where can I squeeze some more Democratic votes to make that up? My answer is, I don't know. I don't see it.
Anderson, it's really a remarkable development, a historic development, what's unfolding right now. It's not over yet. We're watching every state, every electoral vote.
Without a doubt, probably one of the most momentous nights in American political history, certainly modern American political history. I mean, first of all, Carl Lewandowski is joining us. Congratulations on what has been just an extraordinary night, whatever the end result is. To you, has anything surprised you tonight? Because all along you were saying there's a hidden vote that the polls aren't showing, that the whole notion of big data, Hillary Clinton's huge, highly expensive operation a la Jeb Bush, getting out the vote, that's the old model, Donald Trump is the new model, and it certainly seemed to work tonight.
Well, what we're not talking about is how many offices Donald Trump has in the state of Florida. I guess it's not relevant anymore. What we are talking about is why did the electorate do what they did tonight? And I think what we have said from day one is that Donald Trump represents a fundamental change to Washington, D.C. And for 30 years, elected officials, both Republicans and Democrats, have made promises they haven't kept. They have brought us into a greater deficit where we've got almost $21 trillion in debt. We're leaving our country in a worse shape than our parents left it for us for the first time in the history of our country. And what people have said was, we don't want that anymore. We don't want people who make promises that have, the most extensive credentials ever to serve as the President of the United States. People don't want that. They want someone who's going to tell them the truth, who's going to go and do what they say they're going to do, to bring fundamental change, and let the people decide how the country is run. That's what we're seeing tonight, is the people have listened to what the media said. They've listened to the narrative of how great the other side was, how everybody is going to join, and how the Hispanics are going to come out in record proportion, how Donald Trump is a misogynist, a bigot, and all the things that we've heard the mainstream media talk about. And they stepped back and said, you don't understand. We are tired of Washington, D.C. We're tired of broken promises. We're tired of people going there and forgetting about us. And we want wholesale and fundamental change. That's what's taking place.
Well, Jeffrey, it also looks like he will have a Republican House and Republican Senate. The potential for him to affect his policies is great. But there are, of course, real divisions within the Republican Party. Right. And some of the,
and they will, and some of them
they're going to start to have to use his name.
Right. Yes, they are. I'm looking for that.
Much more likely tomorrow, I think.
I'm sure.
One of the things I remember attending as a White House staff meeting is the National Governors Association's meetings, and I think they're in February, and they come to the White House for a meeting and a glittery dinner. I'm just waiting to see Governor Kasich greet President Trump.
Well, the meeting, there's a traditional meeting between
Thursday.
Right, on Thursday between President Obama and the President-elect.
Right.
To be a fly on the wall during that.
Exactly. Well, change is at hand here. And I keep going back to Reagan for a purpose, because he was the last president, certainly on the Republican side, to bring that kind of change and face that kind of resistance, not only as he sought the nomination and ran for election, but once he got there.
I guess one of the questions, obviously, is how capable, a lot of promises are made during an election. Donald Trump has talked about things as a negotiation, and that, some of the conservative criticism of him early on was that that too much is up for negotiation with him. Negotiation or compromise can be a dirty word in Washington. The wall, reversing Obamacare, the Supreme Court, how much can he actually do, and as quickly as he said?
Well, remember at one point, Paul Ryan met with Donald Trump and came out basically saying, or his aides basically said, what Donald Trump said, just help me get elected, and then we'll use your agenda. Okay, we will use your agenda. I think Paul Ryan is going to hold him to that, and I think that I've just heard from a Republican who said that there could be a populist conservative governing coalition if they can all get on the same page. And I think the fact, again, as we were saying before, that Donald Trump had coattails, that he brought in some of these Republicans into Congress who are very worried about their jobs, that they now owe him something, and that they will. The question is, what do they do to the Obama legacy? What do they do with Obamacare? What do they do about the premium increases, which Donald Trump has spoken about? What do they do about trade? Do they withdraw from the TPP right away? What do they do about the wall? These are things that Republicans have disagreed on.
Well, I think there's a couple of ways to think about it. You're kind of looking for now, what happens now? How do you think about this? I think if you're a progressive, there are three areas where you might try to figure out something positive. First of all, the fact that now Trump is going to own healthcare. He's going to own healthcare for at least 20 million people. And the Republicans can't just sort of stand back and let the bad parts of Obamacare go on unchecked just because they want to stick it on Obama. The Republicans are now going to have to really step up and do something. That could wind up being a positive. We just don't know. Secondly, he made a bunch of promises about urban investment and urban renewal and empowerment, etc. I think